All right. Good evening and welcome to the Mercedes City Commission Budget Workshop, August 11th, 2026 at 6 p.m. And we are here at Mercedes City Hall. Next, I'll establish quorum, starting over here with Commissioner Garcia.
Rolando Garcia, Place 1, City Commissioner.
Mando Garcia, City Commissioner, Place 2.
Ruben Saldana, Commissioner, Place 4.
Joe Martinez, City Commissioner, Place 3.
Oscar Montoya, your mayor, and we have a full commission. As for the invocation, if you wouldn't mind, Rolando.
Sir.
Heavenly Father, thank you for blessing us all with this day. We ask, Lord, that you give us the knowledge and wisdom to make the right decisions and choices for our city. And we ask and pray also, Lord, that you get us home safe and sound. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. I'll start the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rolando.
Sir.
Moving on to open forum. Do we have anybody for open forum? We do not. Okay, then let's just go ahead and jump right in here. Presentation discussion regarding capital outlay and budget. Before I get started, as you all know, we have a push-in. If we don't make it to there, I want to recess over there. I want to make sure we give this the utmost importance that it deserves. So, let's not hurry through it, but let's just kind of be cognizant of that. So we'll start with the discussion regarding the capital outlay budget.
So Mayor and Commissioners, again, we're doing a workshop to kind of give you bite-sized components. So by the time we roll out the complete budget, you'll have an idea of the major components that are in the budget. Our goal, and Meredith Nadav is correct, we're targeting to have them a complete budget by next week so that we can line it up for the first reading being in the first week in September, correct? Yes. So we hope to give you the budget in time so you spend time with it and take it home and sleep on it and then ask us questions. So we'll start with the major capital outlay. Who's going to go first? Tomas.
Oh, Tom, Chief, I didn't see you guys come in.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Mayor, hopefully you had a good time over there in Florida.
Well,
Okay.
that's
It's a different story. Mayor, I'd like to start off by saying this morning, Mr. Perez, Ms. Jocelyn, Mr. Gonzalez, and myself, we had a visit. We visited Urban County this morning.
not sure why, but I don't know if it's just my ears, but it's not very loud.
Really,
I don't know if
Pretty good.
you can
Yeah.
hear it.
Yeah.
That's just maybe I have allergies. So go ahead.
Maybe
brother.
all
My
that-
it went very well, sir, Mayor. Currently, they're working on the specs on 4 streets. The first one's 6th Street from Colorado to Georgia. The second one's Vermont Avenue from 8th to 10th. The third one's Cedar Street from Garcia Avenue to Washington Avenue. The fourth one will be Willacy Street from Vermont Avenue to Washington. These 4 streets will be overlaid.
Okay. This is the urban stuff, though.
That is correct.
It's already in play.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Yes, sir.
Can you repeat those streets again? I'm sorry, Tom.
Sure, absolutely, sir. The first location will be 6th Street from Colorado to Georgia Avenue. The second one will be from Vermont Avenue from 8th Street to 10th Street. The third one, Cedar Street from Garcia Avenue to Washington Avenue. The last one, sir, will be Willacy Street from Vermont Avenue to Washington Avenue,
Well, let's see. Would that be on the north side or the south side?
north side.
North side, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, so they're currently working on the specs. S2 Engineering is working on them right now. Forecasting maybe by mid next week they should hopefully be
Is
done.
it gonna be? Is it an overlay or what?
That is
we doing
correct.
there?
Yes, sir. Overlay.
Did we do anything? I know. I don't know. Hopefully we're safe on this, but so the drainage in that area, we've seen some marketable improvement. What did we see in that area during the 7-inch rain this last time around?
Well, we've cleaned a lot of those inlets, Mayor.
Okay,
That they were
good. That's what I
they
wanted.
were
They were bad.
very bad. A whole bunch of mud, a lot of debris inside the inlets. So I guess removing those items paid off dividend. I mean,
Okay,
it's
Yeah, because I don't remember hearing anything. I know that during 4-inch rain when we first got here, it was bad. This
Yes.
last time we had a little over 6 inches, and
Yes, sir.
And it went.
Great improvements are just by
Okay,
cleaning those
perfect.
inlets.
That's what I want to know.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Appreciate
So,
that.
so in total, I mean, he's, from Urban County alone, we're talking about $550,000,
That
correct?
is correct. Yes, sir.
Combined.
Yes, sir, Mr. Pettis.
And this, of course, has been already pre-planned, pre-approved, the whole nine.
Yes, we're actually meeting today with an engineer on potentially some component in one of the streets that might need to do a little extra
And-
work.
And
That's
I know
correct,
that,
yes, sir.
that Urban County is very specific on how and all that fun stuff. I know they were very, there was a few streets that we wanted and they kind of threw out
Yes.
here.
They have to
But-
qualify.
No,
That's
granted,
correct.
but my curiosity, and again, I understand, given the circumstances that they have to qualify and so forth, what's the ratio of streets to the north side to the south side, at least in this particular project? Or is
Well,
the
this-
only one that we have?
It's 2 in the north, 2 in the south, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Want to
two
give
in
the
the
north side some love. That's
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Fair enough.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
These are what, 23, 24?
24
24?
COs.
Yeah, funds.
Yes,
that
sir.
We're just now getting around to.
That is correct.
That's how the county operates, I guess.
So we also have on the pipeline, so we have 11 streets internally here in the city. Mile 1 East, mile 2.5, frontage from Hacienda Apartments, mile 2 West, Camino Real Viejo, Tiger Crossing, Alexandria, Tangerine Avenue, mile 1.5 from Business 83.
The one over here?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
That's gonna include that little T area?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good.
Mayor, if I may, just real quick, that was part of the memo of understanding, right? That we kind of just did not too long ago with the city of Wesco and all that fun stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have we communicated with them on that? Because I know that there's a portion that's ours, portion that's theirs. I think we had talked in the past about maybe sharing some of the cost and what it would take. I don't know if we reached out.
We have, sir.
on that.
Yes,
We're
sir.
doing that along with the mile 2.5.
That is correct.
West.
West.
Okay.
Where half of them belongs to them and half to us.
Okay, perfect.
We're taking care of the north and the south also.
The problem is with this one,
Yes.
90% of it is ours.
Yeah.
No, for sure, Mayor.
Correct.
I
All
just-
all the bad areas are.
Yeah, pretty much.
Correct.
I just want to make sure because, you know, that way, like I said, we can kind of share the cost on that.
Yes, sir.
I think we also have to go in there and probably secure some of the easements right along the way because we're going to have to widen that road out over there.
So we're one of the things that we're thinking about this first year is doing an overlay to take care of the major issues. We're going to be working because it's going to take longer to be able to get the easements to expand it and make it wider because of the bridge. I think the homeowners will agree they'll relocate their mailboxes without a problem because they're going to be excited that we're going to widen it.
Oh.
But it's going to take some time to be able to get all the easements, inclusive of how we're going to increase the size, the width of the bridge. That's the challenging part.
Is there a way that we can maybe somehow, I don't know if it's through the bill or what have you, but we could let those residents in that area know the overall plan as far
Yes.
as what we're going to do short term. And obviously, I'd like to come back in the long term effect, and because we're going to have to deal with that eventually.
Yes.
The road is super narrow. And
No,
it's our-
we want to start the official process to start getting their okay to be able to expand it so they
Yeah.
can give us the easements and get that on paper.
By the
So it's
way-
going to take an engineer, get everything lined up.
By the way, something like that, and I'm just curious now that we're kind of on that topic, are we going to be responsible for the relocation of the mailboxes, or would they, or how does that work?
We'll
for
have
the
to work it
homeowners?
out. We
Okay.
will. Yeah, and keep in mind there's driveways in there too,
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
and drainage.
So those mailboxes are not no simple.
So
mailboxes.
because of the complexity of that, we wanted to do it in 2 phases.
Okay.
Let's do fix it in the front end as much as we can, as quickly as we can, but start the process to expand it wider. And the bigger challenge of all of that is going to be the bridge itself.
Sounds good.
But I think we will prepare a document that we'll deliver to their homes for every resident to be aware of the project's coming and lay out. the
Definitely.
process.
Yes, sir.
The estimates that are laid out here, for like the streets that we're gonna have, oh, was that too far away? I thought I was loud enough, but apparently not. I can do that myself. That's nice for you to hold my hand like that. Just tell me. So is that our share of the, I don't want to get into the weeds, but if, if we're talking about, for instance, well, Camino Real Viejo, that's mostly ours, but like 2.5 is something we share would share more equally, I think, because it's all bad. and it's all shared, but, and you have 226, 667 on there. Is that our portion or?
That's
is
gonna be
that-
our portion, that is correct.
Okay.
That's what we calculated, will be our portion.
Is that bridge going to be also worked on for the mile 2.5 west for the Hacienda or Herencia Apartments? Because that little bridge right there, it's already caved in. And over time, what happened on that particular section there, you had a trucking company that was in the area called Providence Transport. So they were going in there. There were some of the trucks were loaded. So having more weight caused that bridge just to over time just to start to
Sinking.
Thinking.
sink in a little. Yeah. If you
Commissioner,
had
I
a
think
chance
we need to reach out to TechStop on that.
Yeah.
because it-
What-
That is
what-
correct.
What bridge is this?
I think the bridge is on the south side. eh?
It's just just north where Sosa's car lot is at.
Yeah.
Just a little bit further north. It's where the drainage ditch is at.
Yeah.
North
Oh,
of
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was
Yeah, no, I'm over here on the north.
Renateo's, place.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah,
exactly.
yeah. I stand correct. I was over here on this.
No.
one, My bad.
But that bridge has been bad for a long time.
Yeah.
Sure has.
People would dump there, so it'd create eddies.
Yes.
Created a lot of problems. They've been having. I thought the precinct had been out there with TechStop.
And
Anyway,
I-
yeah,
I know,
Yes,
I
sir.
know we
Yes,
had been
text-
talking. I think you brought up Tiger Crossing.
That is
that
correct. Yes,
correct?
sir.
That's
Alexa.
one of the areas that we had on there.
Yes, sir.
One other area that I was looking to see and just kind of get a status on was San Jacinto. That's one that we had talked about in the past because we had actually sent somebody out there that messed up the work. That road's still in bad condition in that neighborhood, and I'm just curious if that's ever in your radar anytime soon.
We can look at and come up with an estimate for it.
Yes, sir.
So Tiger Crossing, Alexandria, that's the main one going in.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
That's the long street that
Going into your left.
that goes along the
Yeah.
ditch.
Right.
that
That's the
gets
one with the
up to
potholes,
Central
right?
Mars.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was identified. I know you all already know this. I'm just curious what we're doing about it. There was no outfalls on that road, so it holds all the water. Is that correct? Or did we find something? Is there drainage in that area?
Mayor, I need to take.
I don't think there is.
I
man.
think,
don't think there
the
is
water
either.
damage there is from when the
The-
ditch overflows.
Because there's no way to
And
get
it-
the
and
water out.
But it collects there
Yeah, the
because when it
water
rains,
doesn't
it
leave.
collects.
It stays there,
Oh,
and over time it chews up the road. But
Well, having that canal there, Mayor, would be, maybe we could just slope it down going west.
that's
towards
why
the
I'm
canal.
asking
Yes, sir.
that. Even as easy as maybe a cut in, if the ditch is
Yes, sir.
there, if we can cut
Help it
into
out.
it, yeah. Because yeah, it'll let it in, but it'll also let it out
Right.
when it equalizes. So
And
I
you
just
see
something
it,
to think about because I know that one of the discussions there, and I may be wrong, maybe somebody fixed it, but I was under the impression that it
No.
slopes towards the north
And it
there
stays
was
there.
no,
no, Mayor, you're absolutely correct. That's actually what's been happening. It happened in the last rainstorm. So where all the potholes are at, that's where the water kind of just mounds up in the middle, and then it doesn't go anywhere. It just kind of stays there.
We'll
So unfortunately, the
get an
cars are
engineer.
passing.
Yes, sir.
They're moving.
yeah,
So
I think
that's actually what's moving the water is the traffic. But
I
it
just think
just-
the
Probably right.
engineer, that's a
maybe we can talk to
make sure
HOA
that we
there.
slope it right, and then check and see if there's any outfall there.
We'll do, sir.
Would
If not,
I
figure
know
something.
you all went out there one time, Chief.
So the chief, he's president of the HOA.
Yeah, that's what I was remembering. It is, I remember it was that.
With the
'cause
president, Mike.
It was getting harassed by everybody over
Yeah, well, president of the HOA. Tell us.
there. Yeah,
Thank you,
so
sir.
everybody else knows what we're talking about. So, no, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Just
Chief.
explain again the issue. When you all, I know you're in response. They
Correct.
Had some calls. I know you talked to me during that time, and I know that there were some issues with the water standing.
Yeah, so that started when there was a construction project there. They left dirt on the street. So that's where it started. I think it was like for 30 days. This was like years ago. And then we had that flood twice on us. But there's existing inlets on Alexandra and Irma. So there's inlets on that roadway, but it's just that when it ate up the street, it bowls in that area. So as far as getting water to the inlets are there.
Okay.
So that street does have inlets.
So I'm not going to try and engineer it here. I'm just
Yes, no, I get
putting
you.
that on the
Yes,
radar
sir.
for engineering.
Absolutely.
Verify.
Maybe when
Thank
we
you.
fix the street, that'll fix the,
If they slope it correctly.
if they slope
Correct.
it correctly.
And then
To the
like
west,
this.
yeah, to the east. Yeah.
Like 10th Street.
Like 10th Street.
Like this.
There's it says 10th Street and Florida intersection 20,000. So that's probably enough for an intersection. But what about the rest of 10th Street? And then I see citywide resurfacing, but I don't know what that is compared to. I don't know if there's an itemized listing of what that is or.
Actually,
Well,
Commissioner,
what-
what we did, we put 596,000 aside just for improvements for, if
Improving
we do
what?
just
Improving
any
what?
streets that come up, just on reserve,
So
basically.
one of the things that's in the,
We didn't used to have.
one of the things that's in the budget is bringing in a miller, bringing in a paver, and hiring 3 people full-time to do street improvements. Those guys are gonna eat up whatever you have
Mm.
material-wise.
Okay.
Because we're
But-
not only gonna do the major improvements in streets, but you're gonna have to be doing patching and all over the street, the city.
Correct.
So, I mean, we had a list of 29 streets not too long ago.
Mhm.
Is that going to take care of the rest of the ones that are not listed here, including 10th?
Some, sir, not,
I think one of the main concerns for me anyway is 10th Street.
So,
Like
so we
finishing
can,
10th
we
Street.
can add the streets. You're all gonna have to make a decision. How far do we go with the money?
Mayor, well, I'm curious here, just real quick to piggyback off of what Dr. Saldana is saying. Is there something that we're planning on doing on the intersection of Florida and 10th in particular? Or is that done? And the only
The
reason I'm
whole
saying-
intersection,
Well, it sounds like the intersection. 'Cause
That is
it's
correct.
Kind of a molcajete.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
correct.
The rest of the street ain't any better, but that
Ain't
was
as
pretty
bad as that
bad.
area. Pretty
So
bad.
would you all need to want to insert 10th Street in here above any of these?
What was the cost of 10th? What was the
Oh,
rest of the
God.
cost of 10th Street? Well, but,
Se com-
and I guess there's two
Several
different things here.
hundred thousand.
But
Yeah.
what happened was,
Se lo comió
where
todo.
we moved, yeah, the gift that keeps on giving. So the pipe so the issue on this side, what chewed up all the money was we had to move our
Water line,
pipe to the side. Is that the same issue?
correct, yes, sir.
None of that's on here.
So it's gonna be another $1 million.
Million to 2 million.
3.5
One point,
to do the other side.
yes, sir.
Hey, I do have one question for you now. Just take, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The
Dr.
1.5, I didn't hear that because I was.
So,
on the
so what I
side.
was
10th
asking was
Street.
this for a minute, 10th Street going east, the issue wasn't necessarily the street. It was that we decided correctly so, to move the
Water line.
center water line that was a problem already to the side. So what I was asking was, is that the same issue with East 10th Street?
And the answer is yes.
And the answer is yes.
And it's a lot
And
longer.
that's what makes it's longer and 1 point. That's what I was asking how much that costs.
1.5 million.
So
Plus we increased the capacity of that line and the part that we fixed on 10th Street. It went from 6 to
10,
10 inch.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
So here's the issue that and Doc, tell me, see if you're in the same, if this is what you're going with too, right? The issue here is do we need to increase the main pipe there? I know that some of the issue is that when you get to Texas, there's no outfalls. So is that the pipe that carries the water for Texas? This was our water line or was our drainage?
Water line.
No, water,
Oh, it's our water line.
yes, sir.
Water line.
Okay, so do we need to move our water line?
Yes, sir, we do,
We do need to move it.
absolutely.
Before we pay.
Oh, yes, indeed,
All right, that
definitely.
answers my question. So I'm assuming we'd have to, so I would say
Borrow.
we
And
need,
how,
yeah,
yeah, how hard's your 1.5 million number? Is that
Solid.
How solid is it?
1.3 is
Yeah.
what he said.
He's also 1.5 is based off of full reconstruction of the street and the moving of the utilities, which is the most expensive part. So, depending on materials and the size of line, we decide to go with water line. That is 10, 12. It could range from 1.5 to 1.7 million. That's an engineering estimate.
So give or take 10%.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's the relocation of the water lines and the crossings at every street that significantly bring up the cost.
Food for thought, Doc. I'm with you. I think 10th Street, but the thing is about 10th Street is it's like one of our moniker. It's like Texas being all messed up, right? So I would think that if some of these streets are worse than 10th, okay? But 10th is really important to us.
Is that traffic?
to me, important enough to try and look at funding, you know, outside of just cash to do it. I don't know if that's something that's possible. I don't know if everybody else agrees with that, but I think if you bring it to us, I think we'd all be kind of,
We can call Don.
yeah, call it
Wasn't there a portion of that that
covered.
was at one time we had urban program money to do 10th, and I understood that it was going to be for the west portion of, and then we ended up in some conundrum, I'll just call it that, where all of the funding ended up shuffled to the east side project, and then and that was kind of the end of it. But the reason I say that is because there was qualifying areas.
So it only 10th Street was being done because it was adjacent to other streets that were going to be looked at. That's how we were covering portions of 10th Street.
And the portion, if I remember correctly, was very minute. Like at the time, it was gonna be like 1 million. It wasn't 1.3, 1.5 back then. I don't think, right? It went up a little
we
bit.
wait, the more
Yeah, the more
expensive it
Yes.
gets.
Well,
I would say we need to look at some kind of funding source.
And you know, to add to that, we're about to enter into a brand new school year starting tomorrow. So you got to think about the traffic, at least from maybe, I would say, Washington all the way to mile 1.5. For mile one?
I don't think it's something we
You
can
know.
do this year.
No, Mayor,
We
but
need
I'm
to
saying,
plan it.
but I'm
We need
saying,
to
I'm
plan
saying
it.
with all the traffic plus the buses and everything else in between, that road's gonna get tore up even more, and it's worse from Rio Rico to mile 1.
So I'm gonna say, I'm gonna just say for my part, that's not a vote. I'm
Okay.
just saying that if we do find money, we need to start. What's the last day of school for this year?
Now it's pushed me
Because we
back.
said this last time,
No, they
and we waited till 3/4. Not your fault.
May 28th.
3/4. So May
Yeah.
28th. On May 27th, we should be marking and
But-
cutting.
But look, I
Right
mean, and
before that.
I'm only speaking now the side of me that's a parent. There's never gonna be a good time because it seems like they keep pushing last day further back.
Correct.
First day is now coming a little bit sooner. So by the time they get out, they're gonna be right back in. There's never a good time. I say
Well, no, the summer, so you're not redirecting the traffic. The summer, they
That's
should be able to finish it in less than a couple of months, I think, month and a half. How long? Last time they took
Yeah.
a long time because I don't know, they started working at night and all kinds of stuff. But that was because they waited till half the summer was over.
Yep.
To start.
yeah,
We
yeah.
made it very clear. We wanted them to start the day off. And there's no reason for them to have an excuse if we're telling them right now, next May. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
That's not, shouldn't be a planning problem.
I think one street.
120 days.
When we go out for proposals, hey, we need to be able to start.
Right.
I think our one street that I definitely think we got to put on the radar, man, for the love of God, is definitely Capisayo. From 10th Street to about, what is it, 6th Street right here, give or take. That's pretty bad, man. That's where all the flooding takes in.
Fifth to
I'm
10th.
sorry, yeah,
Fifth to
5th to 10th. But I walk there every morning and it's getting worse on the way up. And then over there next to the cleaners, you still have those, it's like it's dipping in on the 2 manholes, man. So that area right there is going to need some love too, man. It's on the next one? Perfect. The only reason is
Nice.
because for any little bit of rain we get there, that area just forget it, man.
So before we, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So I don't know if we're workshop. I don't know, Marty, is there a consensus that we can make here about something? Am I able to instruct them as the mayor to look at something without an action?
Yes, just no voting, no
All right.
polling.
As long as nobody beats me up, I think that the idea is, I think you're
Yeah.
getting a general feeling that we'd all like to see
Yes, sir.
Texas get fixed. So I would say 2 things: find out what it's going to cost if we have an idea,
Okay.
and find out what the funding sources are available to us.
And
for it.
funding.
Right. Is everybody good with that?
You said Texas?
10th Street.
You said
Just
you said
I'm sorry,
Texas?
Texas. I mean 10th. Jesus.
That's why I checked off. Checked off on the smart guys. All right.
Good.
On to the next one.
Okay.
What was it?
The next one there, sir, was Tangerine Avenue. It's an overlay. We're currently doing the services. We're replacing the services from lead to poly. So that's a TCQ guideline that we need to do. So we're in the process of doing that. Mile 1.5 from Business 83 to the Expressway. 5th Street from Missouri Street to Texas Avenue. 12th Street, Missouri Street to Indiana Avenue, I'm sorry. And then last but not least, 10th Street, Florida, the Florida intersection, which we discussed. So
Are
we'll
all
be,
these gonna be in-house or contracted? How are these?
these will be in-house, sir.
We're gonna do mile 1.5 east in-house from the expressway to Business 83,
Let me see here. My 1.5.
for instance, or mile 2.5, mile.
I'm sorry, sir. That's going to be a third party. We're going to sublet that one out, sir.
Okay, I mean, I can see us doing a block, but I don't know about a.
Yeah, that's, I stand corrected. That's a third party. It's going to be subletted out, sir.
Well, I wish we were doing more. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's coming.
Better than nothing.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So we'll go ahead and move on to the 4 key locations we're going to be doing as far as as parks go. We're going to be doing the Collier Park on the south side. We're going to be doing the HEB Park as well, the Collier Park, the Recreation Center, and the Dome Parking. We're going to be doing that as well.
Did we, and I don't see our Parks and Recs director here, but did we, anything on the grant that we were pursuing or as far as for
He
some of the
hasn't,
modifications?
he hasn't heard anything yet. He submitted.
Okay. So this has nothing to do with that grant. There could be additional funding for.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Gravy.
Yeah. So
So 500,000, a little over 500,000 going to parking development.
So considering the urban county monies and the 2.195, that's going to be for infrastructure, we're looking at 2.7 million total monies for infrastructure, for overlays.
Once this gets approved, how soon can we start moving on some of these projects?
The in-house, we would have to get the equipment.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And staff shouldn't be a big problem. But the others that are not being done in-house, we can immediately start going out for bids on it.
I'd like to do that. We can start making these moves right away.
We can, sir. Definitely. If Mama, maybe I'm going to move on to the equipment and the fleet purchases. We also, once again, we got some pretty good equipment for the streets department. We got a street miller. We got a long reach excavator. The IT department is getting a computer refresh. I'm sure they'll talk about that here soon. We're getting the street paver. We're getting a
new one.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
A new one. That is correct. Yes, sir.
With warranty and instructions.
Comes with a book and everything.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right.
We'll get once again. Planning is going to get a survey drone. We're going to be getting a brand new Vector truck. The Vector truck that we have, it's getting up there in age, and it's been taking quite a beating. I believe it's like
A
maybe
new one. That
Yes,
big
sir.
one that gets stuck in the.
it's not new, sir. No, sir.
Not well.
It's not new.
How old is it then? Let me ask you that.
I think it's like maybe 12 years old.
I thought we got a new one here recently.
No.
We
No,
had
sir. Not-
two, didn't we?
Well, we have one that's in pieces right now, but we only
Can we
got one.
confirm the age of the truck, the Vector? The Vector, yeah, she's gonna look at it.
So just for reference, the Vector, the life of a Vector is about 5 years.
The beginning, 21,
21?
yeah. So it's going
Wow.
on its fifth year.
Yeah. So,
He's going
okay,
up
with the
there.
Vector,
Equipment,
um,
right here.
So are we going to get the same size or a smaller? Because I know we had trouble with that one because of the size and the weight of it being able to get into places.
it's a tad bit bigger, sir. Not by much, but they've made them a little bit bigger. Not by much, but it's a newer style. It's got more bells and whistles.
And we can get into alleys with that thing with
That is, yes, sir.
getting stuck.
We're also doing a lot of alley maintenance here in the last month or so. So the last item is gonna be the trailer and mower, and I believe that's going to parks. So these are the big purchase items that we're gonna be asking for this coming year.
The Cascade system is for the fire department.
What is a cascade system? Sounds like a waterfall.
Part of a compliance with Commission Fire Protection, and it's, I believe it was purchased in 2002. 2002. Yeah, so we've had it in there, and we've been putting maintenance on it every year. So, and it's part of our compliance
Compliance.
recommendation from the commission.
All right, next.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gonna cover facility park improvements.
I missed out on the 4 key locations. We did that already?
Yeah, Collier Park on the parking center. HEB, Collier Park Recreation Center and Dome parking lot. And then we asked about the grant that we're pursuing, but we still don't have anything back yet on that one too.
The HEB park, is that the whole parking lot or just part of it or
Oh, McGillen.
a new parking lot?
I don't want to jump ahead on that, but now that we're talking about that, I know when we took a drive out there, Albert, we had talked about now that we're going to relocate the parking, we can do more with the space and the basketball courts.
Yes.
So this money has nothing to do with whatever we get in the grant, but if we should get for the grant, then we're able to do more out there as far as additional play sets, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Is that the game plan? Oh, perfect.
Then we got facility and park improvements. Those you can read them. Obviously, we got the trail solar lights in there. Splash pad. Finally.
In my defense, okay. Yes, I've been saying it for 6 years, but in my defense, that was like the number one hot topic this summer was like when we're gonna get that splash
When
pad,
is it
despite the drought, right? But the thing is I just want everybody to know that this has been a long time in the making. I think we got a plan to provide our kids with some entertainment on the hot days. So hopefully we can get that going. Is this still going to be what we're talking about by the swimming pool? Kara?
People. Yes, sir.
Perfect. So then when we go back to those street improvements, we talked about Collier Park South, and all that area. So that's going to include what the
Parking.
mayor had wanted, getting rid of that middle area, redoing the parking,
Yes, sir.
putting the splash pad in and around that area. So it's going to be a little bit of a hub, right?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Park scoreboard and obviously solar lights, mower landscape.
Scoreboard is for the Little League or for the baseball
Or
field?
Collier, yeah.
Collier.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
Yes, sir.
So we're doing for the dome and for their.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
In the rec and dome area, we've got the gym basketball court. He needed some improvements in there. He's got some building gutters and pool fence in the rec area, the rec building itself. Ice machines and pump repairs, they're programmed, and the dome scoreboard. That's been in the works for a while. I know he's talked about possibly getting some sponsorships, but I don't know how far he's gotten into that because we do have some entities, local entities that are interested.
This is in the basketball court itself.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we have that one down twice.
Um,
Equipment, fleet purchases, we have scoreboard for the dome, 75,000, then we have it over here, 75, or just making sure it's not counted twice.
correct. No.
Ah, okay, they both say dome.
No, the rec needs it too. Yeah.
But I see what the mayor's saying. That is correct. We'll correct it.
I think
Mayor.
it's great, I'm just saying.
Yes,
No,
sir.
so the rec's gonna have it también and the dome also.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so because usually what they'll do is they'll have like older kids playing at the dome, the younger kids playing
Youngers
at
in
the
the-
rec. So they split up the basketball season, kind
Yes,
of
sir.
like here or there.
Did we ever get the sprinkler system repaired and going? Because I know we were at Collier.
I know they were working on it. I don't know if they finished it. Jonas, do you know? Jonas. The sprinkler system at Collier, do you know if they ever finished fixing that? I know they're making repairs.
I believe they did. I need to get with Armando on that, but as far as I know, they did make the repairs that were needed.
Okay. Under buildings, we got the new dog pound facility coming in. As you're aware, if you've been to the library, the flooring, carpet needs to be replaced. That's completely being outsourced. The big ticket item there is the ability for the company that's coming in to lift the bookshelves and put the carpet fairly quickly without damaging or without having to move all the books and having to put all the, effort into putting books back and all that.
pretty
That's why that's a little expensive.
It's pretty
Um,
cool though. I mean,
Yes, sir.
not bad. Albert, is that going to be done in like phase? Like they'll have to take a section at a
Yeah.
time, or what?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then on the, I don't know what the slide gate operator is. That the PD? Yes. Okay. Is that for the Sally Port? The Sally Port, the gate itself is not working. So when you bring prisoners to the back, you need everything to close up behind you.
Notice it was open, right? Stays open all the time.
On the, I'll call it an animal care facility as opposed to a dog pound.
Yes, sir.
But that is, so we can get something built for 100,000 as opposed to what we looked at earlier this summer.
We're starting to see we can at least set up the kennels and protect the kennels from the different weather elements. Yes, sir. So it's something we're going to be building upon, but it's a starting point.
Okay. And the location, we talked about a couple of different
I
places.
think we were looking at clearing up the CCS area and organizing that, or did you decide otherwise, Tom? Okay.
Just remember one thing, guys. And as far as the citizen collection station, and by the way, I don't know what we're going to talk about, but that area needs something. We would need a better path into that area, especially after it rains. But I do have a question for you guys now that we're kind of on this topic and we're talking about the building. Is there a way that we can incorporate the person that's in charge of the citizen collection station? Because right now we kind of have them in a little shed with a little chair outside, kind of taking in the stuff. Is there a way that we can kind
Yes.
of have something for them?
Yeah.
But I'm saying, Mayor,
so-
maybe we can incorporate that.
So the
they're not-
facility has to have an office with a lock and key because of the chemicals that you use for euthanizing. Those are highly secure items, so you can't just put them anywhere. So that area will have to have an office space.
What I'm saying is if you guys, and look, honestly, if you guys go to the citizen collection station right now, right, on top of what the mayor's brought up multiple times about the bin and making it easier and accessible
For people to drop off, yes.
I think that we need to reconfigure all of that, make it a little bit more organized, a little bit more neat, so that it's easier for people to come in and go out. But the area that we have our staff in, right, they're just kind of like, out there.
Sitting outside.
I mean, well, sometimes it's 114 degrees. I mean, or at least that's what it feels like. So I
Yes.
think if we're going to put something like this, I wouldn't mind having something for them to be in because, they're waiting for people to come in so they can do the necessary checks. It'd be nice for them to have an area where they can kind of be cool in the summer, right? Maybe dry when it rains, that sort of stuff.
Yes, sir.
But I definitely think that before we start making these moves, we definitely need to look into the accessibility of the collection station itself because, I mean, when it rains, if you have a truck, no problem. But if you have a car, that's going to be a major issue. So we have to just see how we could do that. I don't know. I mean, is that road something that we have, or who does it belong to?
I think it belongs to the county, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe we'll have to reach out to them on that one.
Fixed it last time.
We'll figure it. Yeah, I know
We
we
did
did.
it.
I mean, they threw some caliche on there and
Caliche,
stuff, so
yeah.
it's pretty good.
One good rain away.
Well, we're gonna have a paving crew.
Well, yeah, but I mean, well, I don't know that paving. I mean, not to be down about it, but we've been driving that road forever, and it's bad. It's a county road. It's like but I just feel like we need to make it accessible, especially after it rains. Because if you have 4-wheel drive, great. If you don't, good luck.
Back then, it was the
Yeah.
road to the Dangelou.
Is it still the PD with the animal care?
Yes, sir.
So, have we done anything towards the spay neuter program, the people from Ghana, any of that stuff?
Yep.
There was one here, no, like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but it was from the outside. The one that we wanted to host, it ended up getting postponed because of the weather. And then now we just have to see the availability again of the people that were going to come in to help us out.
Who are you guys using for that, Chief?
There's a lady that she's here from Mercedes. She has different relationships throughout the county with these agencies that she was going to bring in. She's currently helping our animal control officer. She has animal services like grooming and things like animal care kind of things. She helps our animal control officer through some of these maintaining some of these dogs. So they help out. Yeah. The thing with the facility is that right now the animal control officer can be certified to euthanize and everything. It's the space that if repetitiously we can be bringing dogs in and either getting the program done faster, but we need a location to bring the dogs. Right now, you just have loose kennels. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. We just have a bunch of loose kennels, and it's extremely hard to be keeping an eye on them at the same time. They're just hanging around in a kennel. It's just not functional. So we need a space.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm all for that.
We just need the services for the
About
right.
the dual function of slowing down the mill that makes them, and at the same time, because at the end of the day, if we just do this program, it's the same as the only thing this is really doing is going to save us money with Wesco, but it's not going to slow down the proliferation of the population.
Right.
We got to slow down both. We got to save money. That's what this is for, because we're paying Wesco a lot of money. But it's not going to lower the number of animals.
Right.
And that's why I'm saying the spay neuter. And then the other one is, I don't know that we're going to be any luckier or any more ability. We're going to have any more ability to keep cats than we already don't have. Nobody does. So the only thing we can do about cats is spay and neuter.
Right.
There's no place to take them. So that's why I'm saying, even if we capture them and do a capture and release where we pay, it still saves us in the long run, and it controls those numbers if we start spaying and neutering. So
Okay.
I know
I'll look
you
into
guys are
that angle
trying to
because
figure
I
that
wasn't.
one. I know. I've said that about
I think they're called the non-registered pets of Mercedes. That's what we'll call them, for lack of a
non-registered.
better word.
So anyway,
Yeah.
that's just I thought I'd put that out there. Thank you. What else? That's it.
Yes, sir.
Electrical compliance repairs. No biggie. Community benefits, safer streets, parking, rebuilt thoroughfares, smoother communities, improved park and parking access. That's just going over the stuff, or
Yes, sir.
oh, that's the benefits of what we went
Yes,
over.
sir.
Just for the public safety, animal care, new animal care facility, upgraded fire cascade safety equipment for our fire department, enhanced parks, splash pads, solar trail lighting. I think that's real important for us also. Basketball courts, fixing them up, all good stuff. Thank you for that. Recommendations. What's up with that?
That's just, you can skip that. We're not gonna approve right now.
Okay,
So the next item that you have there, Mayor, and I don't know if Meredith, you want to touch on any of these? You know, everything's on a positive. We did go from a decrease. If Meredith wants to explain the decrease, obviously we don't have the mall payment anymore, and she could probably get into more of those details. Last year we had a $2 million payment for the mall itself, so that's not a requirement. I know there's a payoff in 27.
Yes.
What's
so
the
good evening.
last payoff amount?
The payoff amount we owe actually for 5 more quarters of 189,000, 190,000 to the outlet mall. So we'll be done by the first quarter of 2027.
Okay.
which will put us at what for the 2027 budget?
So we
2027, 2028, we'll just have one more payment and that will be it.
We're
4
done.
quarters in 26 and the first quarter of 27, or is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so we're
Well, no, actually it's coming, no, 27 and then the first quarter in 27, but the fiscal year that is 27, 28.
so it's fiscal 28.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going.
So
all
last
this
payment,
year, all
Our
next
last payment,
year,
yeah.
and then the first quarter in 28.
But
So
how
it's
did
5 more
we?
payments.
How did we not? So that's what I was asking.
So what happened is that remember how we were making the payments to the outlet mall. We were making 500,000 during the year, and we'll split it per quarter, which was 125,000. So when the outlet mall reached out, like that we needed to catch up, we had to come up with a 2 million to catch up to where we're supposed to be as of the beginning of last year. So that's why we,
Oh, it was a one-time payment.
one-time
of 2
payment.
million to catch up,
yes,
and now we're back on the payment plan.
we're back. So then according to the agreement, now they upped it a little bit more, which it was like 48,000 a month. But we're paying quarterly. So now we have 5 more payments to do with the outlet mall.
So I'm good with all that. What I didn't understand is how we had a $1.9 million windfall.
A decrease. Well, yeah, you're
It's
gonna see.
because it's not necessarily we're decreasing our payments to them.
No,
We had to 1 year.
no, 1 year
spend
to catch up.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I remember the conversation to taking in the chin
Yes.
last year so that we wouldn't
Yes.
have to do it. Okay.
yes.
What quarter are we in right now? Those 5?
So right now we're third quarter of the outlet mall for this fiscal year.
But so then there's only 2 left?
No. So what I'm saying is the next fiscal year,
Another
we
five
have 4 quarters
4 quarters.
and then an
We
additional
gotta
on
finish
27.
this year, and then
Yes.
we gotta do 4 more quarters plus
Yeah.
1 quarter of the FY 28.
Correct.
So we're still paying out the 900,000, which we were budgeted for
Yes.
a year. We just didn't have to pay out $2 million.
Correct.
Okay, I just couldn't understand the 1.9. Now I
Get rid
understand.
of that.
Yeah. That and that's one of the things that, I wanted to emphasize that, you're going to see the decrease in the budget, but it's not necessarily that we're taking, away from any department. It's just a $2 million payment.
Yes.
So then another thing that I wanted to emphasize was the sanitation department. As a recommendation from the auditor, we're supposed to separate, the sanitation. It was included on the general fund for years, but he's saying, hey, it's a fund that we can separate. So no, not the enterprise. It's the sanitation, the garbage, the brush pickup.
Well, but what I'm saying is it's paid for with fees, so much like utilities, we gotta keep it separately.
No. This one is just for like the garbage. So we don't keep it under the enterprise. It was under general fund.
It has its own budget. That's what he's saying,
So-
but it's in general fund.
Correct. Right now it has its own budget, right? But it's incorporated into the general fund. So that, the sanitation will increase our budget as well. And we're taking off that. So you're gonna see it separate. So this year, when you receive the budget, you're gonna receive, I have separate general fund, utilities, keep Mercedes beautiful, hotel motel. Now you're gonna see the sanitation department in there, and that's because the auditor wanted to be on his own fund, not combined with general. If that makes any sense.
Well, that's kind of what I was getting at. I mean, the same way that we manage the EMS fund and the utility and the interest in sinking and all of that, we're gonna have a separate
Correct.
way of accounting for that.
Yes.
Because otherwise you're always having to chase down and try to figure out, well, how much revenue do we have because of fees and how much revenue do we have from other things? And it was always hard to figure out, whether that was all
Allocated. Yeah. So I think that was a good improvement on the budget. So that's something that you're gonna see. Another thing that I wanted to emphasize is that we did an increase for laborers of a 9.4%. So that will bring him to a $28,000 per year. And then we did everybody else at a 7% increase. Another thing that I wanted to say too was that we're bringing back 2 positions that were unfunded on prior years. And we are adding 3 new positions to the budget.
Which
The
positions
two
are those?
unfunded were which ones?
The assistant finance director and the purchasing agent.
which is the third one.
No, I said 2 positions that are restored
I
and
see.
3 new positions.
Okay, I saw these and I thought it said 3.
Yeah.
Okay. So is the purchasing agent, I really think we need someone to keep up with, contracts and all that kind of stuff that that's a huge job.
Yes.
And it gets away from us, and whether it's and I think it's great to have a purchasing agent that can sort of
centralize
manage
everything.
that whole process as well. Can that role be rolled into a purchasing agent?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
So,
Well,
mhm.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be taking care of both, which is a purchasing contract specialist, and it's gonna be under finance.
who would supervise that person?
I will. So I attached a copy of the general fund, but there's some changes still to be made. As of right now, it's a balanced budget, but like Mr. Perez said, we're just working to see if there's any changes today to make those adjustments, and we should be able to provide to you guys that complete budget by this
The
week.
city inspector, is that a?
New position.
Yeah, it's a new position.
We already have a city inspector, right? We're getting a second
We're growing.
one. Okay, good. No, I'm not against it. I'm just
Yeah.
asking.
Yeah.
We already have one.
Yes.
Anything special? They're just gonna
The,
lighten the load.
yes.
And then the expanded position is the assistant fire marshal.
Correct.
Right.
They're going from part-time to full-time.
And
Yes,
we
sir.
already have that person in place. He's
Yes.
just going to full time.
Yes, sir.
So I don't know if you have any questions.
Do we want to go over the entities that we're sponsoring? If that's the next page.
Yeah.
And don't leave yet, just in case.
Ah.
Don't leave yet.
Yes.
So here's a list of what was being supported, and I don't know if we want to show what was not being supported at one time or another. Jocelyn may have those.
It was in here, I thought, but I don't.
Oh, the basketball.
Versus the lady king. But that's for later.
This is the same information that's here, or is this different?
You got new ones.
Okay, start. Oh, these are the ones that we didn't fund. So some of this is because we couldn't.
Correct. Yeah, and then here you have.
Valley Metro. came and asked us- So, okay, I guess we'll start over here first with the ones that we do. Amigos del Valle. Was that the for the van?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are always asking for the van to get replaced.
But that one, did we ever culminate that, Marty? Whether we can or can't? I thought we had.
We already got the van though.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but it looks like we've given them a donation every year.
If it's a 501c3, we can.
I think they do it through the oh my god. Can't think off the top of my head, but yeah.
But
I'm sorry? Yeah. Yeah, and every city that has a center does that as a courtesy. Yeah. Like
Which is
Wesco does it, we do it, Brownsville does it, Harlingen does it, Seminole does it.
So they requested it here under CDBG.
Yeah.
And this means we turned them down last year? So I'm assuming these other years that we paid them, 2021, 22, 23 was CDBG?
No. So no, we were giving them the 5,000 through the city and not through the CDBG funds.
You want this cup?
It's hiding in plain sight.
So I think the issue is here that what do we have budgeted for? I'm assuming we go with what we did last year. Last year we did.
Yes, 5,000.
No, I guess I'm going. I think I'm starting backwards. I'm instead of going through each one at a time. I think what we need to do is find out how much we can afford to budget altogether, and then make some decisions, including these people here that we've told no to, if anybody wants to do that.
So the way the budget is right now is based on the history.
And the history, yes,
Which is a total of 122?
122, 500.
500. And this is the opportunity to make adjustments whichever way you all want to go. As far as you want to remove, reduce, replace, you know.
So on top of the CDBG fund of 15,000, we give them 5,000. I'm talking about.
No.
No, this is saying we didn't get. These are everybody who got turned down?
So this list over here where it says not budgeted, this is the ones that we got rejected.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now that makes sense. All right. But
Not
general
budgeted.
fund budgeted.
Yes.
So
And
this
then-
takes the place of this.
Yes.
Yes. So this one right here that you see is what we have contributed per fiscal year and the entities. So
Historically.
you can have a view of what we have contributed to.
Before.
So you can have a history.
So we give to, okay, so I thought we were given not.
And right now, the way that we have it in the budget, where you see budgeted, this is what we have. So that's why we bring it to you, that if you want to change those numbers,
Budget, I'm sorry, how much, what did we have budgeted? in here?
right here, so we budgeted the 20,000 for the basketful, the 25,000 for Vida, the Chamber of Commerce, the 20,000.
It's feedback from Marty.
Marty's?
Yeah.
Marty, is yours?
Yes.
Do you have yours muted? Okay, there you go. I think, yeah, okay.
There you go.
So then,
She's
and then
going
we
over
have
this.
the parades, Amigos del Valle, the Keep Mercedes Beautiful from general fund. So that will be
Right here.
65,
Right,
75,
but
80.
on our actual budget, how much did you budget for donations altogether?
Yeah, it's like 86,000. What we have right here.
86,000 is what we have in the current budget.
Correct.
And what did we budget for it the year before? Do you know?
The year before we had 122,000.
That's what we gave.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna see. Well, it's the same thing. The 86,000. The only difference is that you're gonna see that the 20,000 for the Smoking on the Rio and the street festival, which is 60,000.
Right.
But those two there come out from hotel motel.
But we budgeted in our budget last year 122,000.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Uh-oh.
Is there any numbers in here that anybody wants to look at? What happened? So the basketfuls, the food pantry. I live right close to it. I don't see it. Are they still up and running?
I think they do operate
they're-
once a
they're-
week.
They just had them like last week.
They do once a week, what I understand, and it's like from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. And
But I
it's
think-
one day.
I think you guys have gotten them in touch with the food bank when they
Yeah.
come in, so they're doing that too. Yeah, they're open about every week. They just open early in the morning.
So 20,000. Well, okay. I mean, that's fine. I don't want to hurt people that need stuff, but one of my big ones has always been that I think we need to do more for the Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show because I would like to be one of their headliners. I just don't know what that costs.
Well, and I'll add to that by saying I think the reach that the livestock show has compared to Smoking on the Rio is much greater. Smoking on the Rio is a one-day event, where it's a barbecue.
It's a 2-day.
Fun. Well, 2-day, okay. But the livestock show I think has a much bigger footprint in terms of the length, the amount of people that attend.
And where they're from. We're talking about people from the valley.
Traffic flow, history. Yeah.
You know, I'm supportive of giving to both. I just think if we're gonna give more to one than the other, it ought to be the show we give more to, not the cook-off. Because all the cook-off is doing is taking all the money, that the proceeds from that, and they turn around and they purchase projects at the sale. So they're taking our money and buying projects with them.
Well, it's same ingredients, just or different ingredients, same pot, right? I mean, it still goes back to the same deal, ain't it?
Well, but the livestock show, they could do that, but they could also use it for other purposes. They could use it for improvements,
Well, don't forget also, Chief, how much do y'all estimate, both chiefs, the in-kind contribution from both fire and PD for that, both of them?
What's that, sir? On the services that when we work
Services
stock
we
show,
provide,
when we work
yeah.
at stock show grounds?
The in-kind, yes, sir.
And smoking.
I gotta go back, man, to actually give you a number on my accounts. I would much rather go back and actually look at the numbers. I can't think of the top of my head. But
but there are services we provide that they don't pay for.
well, they pay the PD directly. That's how we work. I don't know about the fire, but with us, when we're there, they pay the PD. They pay PD directly, at least on my end.
They pay overtime too.
Yes,
Both
the time and a half
smoking and
contract.
livestock show.
Yes.
Yes.
So if I provide a this last year I didn't do it, but the years back it was, if I had to have an officer at smoking, we usually gave it the Smoking on the Rio president, and he hires 2 guys to be there directly, and they pay them directly.
On the fire
mean-
side?
So this was our first year that we submitted for reimbursement because we hired contract employees to work under the city of Mercedes. So that's something new that we did this year. Before we used to budget, I believe, at about 6,000. That would just cover overtime, but we didn't have the EMS part about it. So this past year was we have the EMS part, but we contracted EMS employees to work under us, and then we submitted an invoice and got a reimbursement on that
Yeah, the invoice was submitted to
the stock show and then on a reimbursement. So
But I mean, would it be okay to just take a little off the top from Smoke on the Rail and give a little bit to the stock show, just kind of even it out? I mean,
Yeah. So what I'd like to see, honestly, I want to make sure I tell you all what my goal is. I want to see I want people, when they come from the Rio Grande Valley, to know that we're supportive of the Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show.
sir.
The Smoking on the Rio, they come from all over Texas, and I mean, they're going to be here 2 days and leave. The other people can come to the mall, come to Mercedes. That's my goal.
Twice
To
20.
put our name in front of as many people as possible.
You know,
I just don't
No,
know
I
what
get it.
that.
They
I don't know what that costs.
Sure.
Here, and we can find out what that costs. That would help me.
I wanted to add something. I don't want to jump around back and forth, but in the spirit of what we're discussing and giving a little bit more to stock shows, things like that. And again, I don't want to jump off topic here, but have we funded anything as far as like I know during the stock show years we had decorations, things like that, kind of decorate the whole town, getting ready for something like this. Is there something that we can look into that? I know we have the ones off the lamp, but we used to have some that go across the wires, banners, things like. It just gives that appeal to the city and people coming into the city
I don't
about
think
the stock show.
I don't think we even put livestock show stuff up this year.
Not this year, no.
I mean, you go into Mercedes, you have no idea that
It hasn't
going
been,
on.
it hasn't been done in a few years.
So I just in the same spirit of what we're discussing and wanting to have that presence known, I think that's something we should also look at and putting those things up.
They
and,
used to put a thing that had, but I don't know if they gave it to us and we put it up, or we put it up, but it would have
like welcome
the
and
dates,
yeah.
the banner,
The banner, we still get it.
And I've seen like for example Wessico with the Onion Fest. They have that too, right? So they'll hang it up they'll hang it up a week. And I remember when we were in school, leading into that week of spring break, we knew the stock show was there because they'd start hanging it up. It just creates a buzz, especially for people from the outside coming in. It reminds them, hey, the stock show's coming around.
and a month ahead of time. It's supposed to.
For me, I would like to, if that way we save time. And I don't know if anybody's against this, but I think that a decent number would be like I think that I want to say the sponsorship is like $10,000, but let's find out. We can do 7,500 for Smoking the Rio, 10,000 at RGV at the livestock show, and we're still within the same budget amount.
Right.
And
Okay.
everybody gets some. And just look at that and then come back. I'm not making a decision for us. I'm saying that's
Look
something
into
to
it.
go off of. Yeah.
Look into it.
Weekly
And then,
passes.
I know the chamber. We went up, down, up, down. Is there a reason with the up, down with the chamber? Would you know, Mondo, or anybody?
Yeah, they didn't give us sandwiches.
The thing is that it depends how they do their events, but
Okay.
they charge us for
Per event.
per event. So sometimes they add I know that they have the Little Nashville.
Little
That one is just once a year or twice a year what they do. So you're gonna see the
So we
fluctuation.
budget, but we don't write them a check. We wait for them to tell us,
Yes.
here's your share. of
Yeah,
it."
and then the same thing for when they have the awards at the chamber, and then they have in December for Winter Texas, they have a little gathering too, festival. So, but we wait until they send us a bill to
That
kind
that's
of.
kind of fun. I like that because that kind of gets people going on it. Yeah.
What I was going with, maybe we can
Budget
come
like
up
And
with a
little-
budget amount. Find out, tell them, look, how much you think it is
15,
for
and
the
if we don't
year,
use it all, then
and let's
we just
budget
roll it to the
That way
next
it's
year.
locked in, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in Little Nashville used to be monthly,
Yeah.
and now it's just seasonal while the Winter Texans are here.
Correct. Which
So
works out.
maybe come up with a number,
Cooler.
find out from them what
Yeah.
they think the year will cost us to include those little deals that they do. And I think that's the number that we should have here instead of, let's see what they send us.
I have a question for you guys. Who puts on the Christmas parade here?
The Christmas parade, the chamber.
Chamber? Okay, and I know because we're giving them 3, but I kind of would
So
like.
this three that you see in here is our contribution to the float, the city float.
Okay.
Yes.
Only because I kind of like where we're headed. It seems like last year's Christmas parade was kind of really, we got more of a crowd. So I'd really like to see what we could do to help out in trying to create more.
Isn't the
momentum on
3,000 not for the float, but isn't it for the prize money that's given?
Your prize money.
We did, but it's included on the chamber, so we don't.
There's not
Yeah.
a huge cost associated with it, but there's some in-kind stuff that we could do, like maybe buy like we're doing for the stock show, the one that goes across announcing it, the Christmas parade, create some buzz.
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to touch base on because the two main decorations that we're kind of lacking is the stock show being one of them, and the Christmas one. I know we had a whole bunch of illuminations that go across wires. Something happened, we don't have them anymore, and so in what the mayor's talking about, I agree. Just something that the Christmas parade is scheduled for this date, or just have a banner or something like that that can get people going.
More
And then I think that they would schedule their day around, okay, this Friday is the parade. We're going to be there, no problem. Ready to go.
I'm assuming y'all are already doing that so that we can line up all the Christmas stuff going on in Mercedes and come up with a plan now as opposed to September, October, November. And, I know there was some discussion. It's almost already here. We just finished. It seems like it was yesterday. We were doing the parade all the way to that house out there. So I don't know if you guys have worked out that already with the stock show or where we're going to do the Christmas thing this year. Like, you already got a plan where you're going to do it?
I met with our staff on where we're gonna do it. I think the outlet mall was a good thing for the Winter Wonderland. I think it worked out great. The parking was there. We didn't have any issues with that. It was a great turnout.
Visible too.
Very visible as well. It was on a Friday, and I'm gonna touch on that again. It's hard that if we try doing a weekend during the holidays, the teachers are already out and students. It's super hard to do that. So we're gonna stick to the day that we did it, and we're gonna continue doing that through the.
The parade and all that be at one time and end there. Like, I know back in the day, if I remember correctly, that's how it was. Instead of having multiple functions.
Yeah,
Well,
actually, we did
It would
touch
end
on
with the
that.
Festival of
Remember,
Lights at the stock show.
What's that?
It would end with the Festival of Lights at the school, that the school district would put
I know, but
together.
Even if they do, let's say they want to do the mall, I don't know how we could do.
there was some proposals. I know me and Mr. Perez had talked some time back about even doing the route differently, where you end at the dome. moving the parade up closer to 83 so that way we don't push so far back, but we can start as of 83 and work our way to the dome. The concern was that we didn't want to make the kids walk from all the way south side of town all the way to the dome. That wasn't what I was suggesting. I was saying push the parade up closer to 83, start at 83 north, and then you end at the dome at that area if you
But
wanted
the
to change
problem is
it.
that there's not gonna be anybody there. So just from people who are on on the thing.
Yeah.
This last year.
Yeah,
would
I agree.
say there was 4 or 5 people deep from one end to the other.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that's the greatest. I see it from an operational standpoint. But I think we have enough time where we can even give out pamphlets to everybody. This is where it's gonna go. This is what time you got to pick up your kid, so
Yes.
that we can do it all at one time. And you have an end place where there's plenty of parking, like the dome. Let's hope there's plenty of. I don't know if we'll be finished by then, but wherever they go, they don't necessarily have to meet where it ends. Just like I don't think it was a bad idea to send us out there. I just think it was a bad place.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we can end it somewhere where there's plenty of parking and everybody picks up their kids there and they all know what time to be there and all that stuff. And then at the same time we take everybody goes to the
Yes, sir. I will get with Mr. Perez because last year I specifically wanted something done at the outlet mall that I think if you stayed behind, you saw it, how we parade down the the street at the outlet mall. It looked really nice, looked really cool.
Work.
What if
Even-
we end it there at the stock show grounds? Instead of going all the way through, we just end it there, and like
Yeah.
the mayor says,
There's-
parents pick up, and then, the buses can have the band, the district can have the buses there for the band, and if they need to be shuttled out, they can do that.
So we could do it somewhere like maybe the parade starts traditionally it starts at about what time?
Which one's that? The Christmas
The
or the
Christmas
stock
parade.
show?
At 6:30.
About 6:30, 7 o'clock. So by the time it's over, you get to the outlet. We can start the Winter Wonderland about 8 o'clock, 8:30.
No, I mean, forget. It was just an idea.
Well,
because I know it
I'll
used to
still
be that
show
way,
you,
but I
Mayor.
don't think we had as many people as we do now.
Well, I'll still show you because that's exactly the points that I
We
make.
didn't finish till almost midnight.
Traditionally, operations have been
Oh shit!
parades have been the same route, so we can
Well, real quick
look
on
into that.
one quick thought though. When we do get all these Christmas activities together, maybe what we could do is we could promote it out there and give people. How they have the 25 days of Christmas,
sir.
or whatever. We could have it all laid out so people in the town kind of know what's coming up. So
I'll get with the
Real
Citizens
quick,
Patrol.
guys, can I have a
Mayor,
motion
make
to
a motion
recess?
for recess.
A motion by Commissioner
second.
Martinez, second by Commissioner Reyes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. To anybody who may be listening out there, we're on our way to the fire department to do a push-in with our new fire truck, and then we will be back. Okay, good evening. We'll come back to the Mercedes City Commission Budget Workshop, and we are back in regular session. It is 8:23 a.m. PM, I'm sorry.
PM.
Sorry.
So Mayor, I don't know if I know y'all were looking at what's being used for sponsorships and all that and what was done in the past and what's slated for this year. But also I think it needs to go along with the community events, which is in the next section.
Okay.
Because it involves the National Night Out, the potential new Signal Fest, the tree lighting.
So we can go over to the next one. We go to 6C and carry this over to 6C then.
Correct.
Right, okay.
Only because it entails events and activities and monies associated with it.
So this is not in this budget.
Yes,
It
the
is.
community events is already budgeted. I increased the budget by 35,000 from prior year, including the 4th
How
of
much?
July, 35,000.
Like 35.
Because we're including the 4th of July event. It's brand new this year. That's what we added. And Signa Fest.
Signal Fest.
Okay, but that's why I'm saying, so the total amount that you're budgeting,
It's 95,000.
95.
Yes.
And that's not included the 20 and the 65, or that includes everything? That's separate from the 20 and the 65.
The 20 to 65 from
Smoking on the Rio, Texas.
oh no, those are contributions. So that is separate from the community events.
All right. $95,000. Oh, okay. So these community events, the 95,000 that we're asking,
Yes.
Covers all
is
of them.
above and beyond the 86,000 that we're putting over here.
Yes, it's separate. It's two different ones because this is community event, contributions or donations, and this is community events.
The community events has our Halloween Fest, our July, 4th of July.
The tree lighting,
Or
Winter Wonderland, State of the
Sky
City.
Fest.
I have a question for you guys, and I'm looking at the state of the city. I see what's projected on there. But I don't see anywhere on the location. So are we gonna do this in-house? Are we gonna do it at the Civic Center this year? What's the game plan on that? Cause that's what I was looking at right here.
Location wise.
Yeah, location wise.
So, Jocelyn, the committee said. The committee.
Well, no, I'm only asking because I see that you guys have video production, location, and food, but the location's like 9,500. So I don't know.
So
like-
we usually budget, for these items because we do receive donations for this event, but
Okay.
we do budget to see how much we're spending on
understand.
each item.
Okay, so this is just like the bare minimum of the
Breakdown.
state. Okay,
Yes, sir.
I understand. I was just curious if the 9,005 was going to be enough for the
Contrib-
because you have it under location, food, and decor. So that's why I was kind of asking on that one.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a bad idea, right? So no, I don't know. I don't know if anybody had anything to add, but I was just curious about the location on that one.
The
For
location. I
the
don't know.
location, we haven't decided, but we're looking at possibly reaching out to the stock show grounds for it this year.
Well, let me ask you this: what was the total attendance in the last 2 years, more or less, give or take?
Mm,
The invitations then confirmed.
I don't know that off the top of my head.
It should be over.
Give a
It was
guesstimation.
over like
It was
200.
200.
A little bit
Yeah.
over 200.
So, and I'm not trying to shortchange anything, and this is something I've talked to the Parks and Recs director about. If we do the modification that we've been talking about to the Civic Center, are we able to accommodate in something like that, and that might save us in the long run?
I don't think the Civic Center has a lot of
State of the
capacity.
city?
The Civic Center's capacity is
150?
180.
180. Mhm.
But I'm saying that's what I'm saying. Like if we put a little TLC to it, I'm just curious.
Well,
That's why I'm kind of understanding if we would even be able to fit that many people. If it's possible. But I think that's probably
budget
down
it
the
and
road.
I'll figure it out later.
Yeah. Okay. But you said that this year we're looking at the stock show.
It was an idea thrown out.
I would like to see you guys budget for in the state of the city maybe getting somebody to help you with the direction of the events itself. And the only reason why I'm telling you this is because I know in years past, all you guys have a contribution to it, but I feel really bad that you guys aren't able to like really partake in the state of the city because you got to have to work it too. So I'd like to see what we could do to maybe get somebody that could kind of man the events and
Outsource it?
well, no, just so that way you guys can sit there and enjoy it because it's supposed to be a celebration for you guys the same. I mean, you guys work in the city, so and then sometimes I see you guys running up and down and hey, did we get this program and what's going on? I'd like to see if we can maybe get somebody to help us kind of put something together, a program together that can run it so that you guys can sit there and enjoy that festivity with us as well, you know? Just something to think about. You know?
One thing to add in regards to that event, just wondering if by chance we can possibly have maybe two co-speakers for the event. Just recently, what happened this past State of the City, we had JoJo, who was supposed to be the MC of the evening. Something happened, so out of emergency, we had Jay-Z come in. So rather than
Backup plan.
relying on one person, and something can happen, life happens every day. I was just wondering if that would be an option.
It's like that radio voice. Like
Yeah, you got to pay those guys, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just saying, just to avoid.
Well, that's what I'm
We'll get Mondo
saying.
up there.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe somebody that can help us put a program together. Like even if we had to do ourselves, like I'll give you an example. Skylar did a really good job right now, as an example.
Right.
You know, so it's just a matter of managing because the one that does most of the talking after that is usually the mayor and what we're presenting
Correct.
in the videos, right? So it's just kind of like to move it along. But that's why I'm saying it's nothing against what you guys have done in years past. I just feel like I want you guys to be able to sit there and enjoy it just the same as we're all enjoying it and like maybe put it on somebody else to kind of put the program
Too much
together.
work, they'll never enjoy it.
Just something to spitball.
Huh? Ah, there you go. There you go.
She's like
Good.
the mama, the quinceañera.
So the tree lighting, that's gonna be so the sound, lights, the screen.
You want to talk about the options for the tree, Jocelyn?
Yes, so we have been looking at different options. We're looking at possibly getting a panel tree for the park that can grow like throughout the years, just add to it and it gets taller. That option is $47,055.
Like a live tree?
No.
It's a panel tree.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where I'm
You
kind of
keep
curious.
adding to it,
So-
it gets bigger.
Yeah, you just keep adding to it and it grows and gets
47,000
taller
a
and
year or what?
taller. No.
Like I guess you keep building it. And you
Yeah,
get,
you
like,
can keep
taller.
building to it.
Adding more.
So what's the smallest? It's how many
But to his
feet
point,
tall?
you keep adding to the price.
38 feet
38 feet?
and then it can get taller from there.
Oh, so you're extending.
I just want to put my 2 cents in this because I know last year was the biggest debate ever. But I want the public to understand that I agree a lot with what Chief Sanchez had brought up because I wasn't too sure about the tree at the outlet. But you're exactly right, man. It's more accessible to people that are wheelchair bound and that are disabled. So that was the plus. But we did get a lot of citizens that wanted to see something closer to town. I don't think that we have to break the bank on a tree like that. I think something simple and nice would do. I think we've talked about putting some decor around the park and around the trail that people walk. I think people would be a little bit more excited on that, not just the tree. So I don't think we have to go, in my opinion, I don't think we have to go too far on the tree. I mean, any tree will do, as long as it's not from France and it doesn't cost 250,000 as the other one did or whatever. But I think if we keep it very simple, but we add to the illumination around the park, I think people will probably appreciate that a little bit
I would
more.
rather, me too. I would instead of a tree, I would rather see some maybe Santa Claus type environment,
Decor.
Christian environment. Like. And did we ever finish the wiring over there? Did we take the electricity out there? Remember we talked about.
I think it's only near and around the bathroom area,
Yeah.
Mayor, that I've seen. But we need to put it around that area. for
Extended.
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And only because
So,
And I think that lasts a lot longer, and I think we can do it for Valentine's, grow it, like
Yeah.
start off with Christmas, have an Easter type of event out there. And that can be our athletic based park. And this could be our
Entertainment.
entertainment kind of park. And I think spending money on electricity out there, all in the right places, I think would let us go a long way for the future. So I mean, I don't know.
The street
We
would be
could-
at the Dome or at the Civic Center?
No, I'm talking about the Civic Center.
Civic Center.
Civic
Center.
You know, I think the Civic Center would be a good destination for people to go to during the holidays if we decorate it right and we make, like let's say we do our Easter egg hunt there. Everybody wants to do their Easter egg hunt, and we have all the Easter decorations. And same thing with Christmas.
And to add to that, kind of the investment that we're making on the parking is going to make it more possible because now we have more room
Yeah.
and we can accommodate more people in that way. So I think that'd probably be the best.
So I don't know if it would be in this arena, but I think the money, to me, instead of, and I'm not saying your Christmas tree idea is bad. I just think that we need to expand on what we currently have, and then maybe do that later on. But I would love to see the park decorated where it's not just a tree.
We do have the option also of a buyback because we do have the Santa legs in the gift box, the letters to Santa box, the gold angel wings with halo, a 2D vintage arch and spangles, a 2D silly elf in tree, and then of course the ribbon tree. If we return those, we can order new ones just and we
Like a
get credit
trade-in?
from the same
What's a
company.
ribbon tree?
A ribbon tree, the big
Oh,
one.
the current tree.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, get the prices on that, but to me, the goal of that isn't necessarily the tree, but the actual. Is somebody just doesn't want to tell us if the tree's bad already or what?
No,
No,
I think it just needs
Give
some
it a-
repairs.
Refurbishing or
It's
something.
supposed to be a facelift. The facelift comes with a cost, by the way.
To refurbish the tree, it's
Sounds
26
like it's the outlet.
26,000
Hey.
just to
That-
refurbish the tree.
Yeah.
New lighting, new tinsel.
Or we could sell it to the outlet. They can
Or well called.
Yeah, here, I don't want to. I don't want to do the all night thing, but so let's do this, guys. We kind of need to make sure we give them some direction on the donations.
Yes.
I came up with some ideas. Rio Grande Valley Livestock Show one that I already talked about. The Street Fest. I'm assuming that has to do with the cost of the band and all that. So it's always going to be everybody puts in a certain amount, right? So we kind of hard to move that one.
Mayor, real quick, just so we're clear here. So on Smoking on the Reel, you wanted to decrease that and increase the livestock show, right?
Yeah. Well, what I want to know is what a
Where
high
is-
up sponsor
Where is our
in-
GVLS?
right here in the middle of this one. In the middle of this one, the big one. I think it's in.
And it
Yeah,
would,
but it's not on the sheet of requests for this year.
No, that's on a different one.
But-
so
but-
these are the.
Sponsorships.
Yeah, I'm a little confused too, but I think I got it. These are one, and these are not over here, correct?
So the event you're talking about two different.
Yeah,
ones,
these
right?
over here, Amigos del Valle annual walk,
Yes.
autism. All what is this called?
This is sponsorships.
Sponsorship, okay. And then over here, general fund not budgeted. I understand that one.
Mhm.
And then general fund budgeted. What do we call those? Those are not sponsorships.
Yes, there are sponsorships.
They're also
so
spon-
everything on the list is a sponsorship
Okay, but why? I guess what's happening is I'm trying to figure out why this is separate from this.
because which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at this one on my agenda.
So initially, I had given Jocelyn that a spreadsheet, to let her know this is what we spent through the 5 years,
Okay.
and she went ahead and created this list. So
Oh,
it's pretty much the same
Maybe
one. It's just in a different.
This just tells us how often we've done it.
Yes.
okay, so I do have one question for you guys, and I think we can. So the money that we currently have allocated for Smoke on the Reel, it comes from hotel motel tax, right?
Correct.
So if we move some of that to give more to the stock show, I imagine we're able to do that, right?
Correct.
Okay, because it falls under commerce.
We don't do smoking. I thought the stock show was also hotel motel.
No, we put it under general fund.
Is that because we don't have it? I always thought it was hotel motel.
It's eligible, I would think.
It is eligible. The only thing is that we only allocated those two items. In there.
But
And
if
it
we want to
empties
move
out the
somebody,
hotel motel? It
Correct.
cleans it out.
So,
Okay.
so since I got here, Mayor, one of the things I pointed out is, and we've been doing it every year, we're spending more
At a hotel.
hotel that's
That's
versus
coming in.
what's coming in. So eventually, we're gonna get to a point where the hotel's not gonna be keeping up. I don't know how far we are, how many more years.
I have
still
no
have a-
idea how much money's in that account.
I mean, either.
I'll send you a report, a detailed report on that one.
is it necessary moving forward in years to come to give so much? And not that I'm trying to downplay the street festival, but could we sprinkle the hotel motel tax to some of the other events that we have throughout the year? Like, I don't know if it qualifies, like now we're doing a 4th of July event, that sort of deal. I mean, is there
Anything that brings in people, we can include it on the hotel motel.
Right.
Yeah, the
But-
problem isn't where we do it. We have plenty of eligible stuff. The problem is how much is in there.
It's just that we're limited to.
I mean, that way we
And
can
I think
sprinkle
we
it
need
out,
to
right?
know. I think we need to know the amount of hotel motel so we can make the decision of like, you know,
Not only
again,
how
this,
much is in there, but
yeah,
the
'cause-
projected revenue.
yeah, because if we're doing 60,000 for Street
Texas
Fest
Street, yeah.
and Smoking on the Rio out of there, and we're doing 72,500, okay, and we're only bringing in 60,000 a year, then we need to bring these numbers down, just like anything else.
Well-
There's a lot of needs. The fire department needs, everybody has needs, right? Public Works, whatever. So, but you only have what you have.
Mhm.
We don't pick an amount and then find the budget. We need to see what we can afford. So I think it's important that we find out how much we have in hotel motel,
Okay.
and then we decide from there what we're gonna fund through that. And if we have to lower some of these, we have to lower some of these.
Wait, well, keep in mind that we're also losing one hotel for what it's worth. I mean, even the little it brings, we're still going to lose that revenue.
Which one? I didn't even know.
That's over there, Stripes.
I don't know if that's even
Oh.
operating.
Oh, by the
No, it's
No,
operating.
It's operating,
It is.
but very.
But they usually use it for like the tech stock crews, people like that, things like that. But it's still
Yeah. But
something
so
that we're
no matter
losing.
what, at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say, even if it goes up or down, we're just kind of saying, well, we're going to give this much without taking into consideration the budget. And then the other thing I would add, and I will feel a lot better, is give us an amount that you think we can afford from our budget to give out.
Okay.
And then we can decide from there because, and I can tell you right now that, and I'm still not sure how the math works. We have 122 here on 25, 26. And then for, I'm assuming 26, 27, we're doing 122, 5 again,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
So you kind of just basically took what here and moved it over. And now, and then we have some of these items over here that, like to me, you know, not just my family, but I mean, I don't think $5,000, but like the autism thing to me is super important. I mean, it plays a huge role in what happens. And we didn't give anything last year. So I thought we had.
The prior year.
Yeah, the prior year, but
But
so
not
I'm
the-
surprised we didn't do it this year. But either way, maybe there's other stuff like MISD scholarships. I think that's a good one. The MISD scoreboard sponsorship. I mean, it's something I think we need to look at also if we're trying to work together with the school. And, you know,
We decided we could do that after all, because I know.
I didn't know we couldn't. We were not able to. Was that one of those that's on the bubble or what?
Well, I know there was a question because if you're giving a scholarship to an individual, for instance.
Oh, no. My bad. Yes, I was, you're right. The scoreboard is what started it in my head. We used to do a scoreboard one, but you're right. The scholarships were not eligible.
And the scoreboard was also kind of on the bubble.
Oh,
because
was it? Okay.
The way I remember, because EDC had a stronger case because they could write it off as advertising and promotion and that kind of thing. With us, it was a little,
Right.
I don't know that it was decided we couldn't. I just didn't get a clear green light.
Marty Baldo, do y'all recall that? If the school, are we able to donate to the school scoreboard sponsorship?
So if we have a 501c3, we can do it through like the Friends of the Library. Or I know Doc and I had talked about the Crime Stoppers. But Baldo's there and he can explain if. Go to the mic.
The way the scoreboard was presented to y'all was more of the construction of the scoreboard, not so much the advertisement part of it. So that's where that red flag came about. But if it's going to be for advertisement for the city for a public purpose, then that would qualify in something that you can do. You just got to make sure you include the public purpose into the reasoning on why you're doing the advertisement. We're not constructing the school board. We're not donating to the construction of the school board, but we're going to advertise it on it for the season.
Okay, all right. So that changes things. So I just, for my part, see if you can find if we can survive $150,000 in this,
Okay.
and then we decide if we want to cut back on it or add something and stuff. I mean, I don't know if you guys are all right with that.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. My difficulty is in is you've got so many worthy who to give to in the precedent setting that begins with X. If you give to one, there's multiple.
Yeah.
Or I'm not saying anything you don't already know, but I already feel my feet slipping.
Yeah. Well, and so what the reason I'm saying a number, I want to come up with a number is for the same reason, maybe a different outcome, but
We get
I
on
don't
road
mind
trips.
helping people, but what ends up happening when we do it by surprise, they come and tug at our hearts here. And and my wife was in charge of it at the time. I wanted to give $1,000 to the autism deal, and somebody jumped up and said $5,000, and the next thing I know, we're in the whole $5,000 with no money. So, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. So instead of having these humongous deals where we end up giving more, what I'm saying is let's come up with a number that we can afford. Then we separate it here, and I think there needs to be a cutoff where people, hey, if you want a donation, if they didn't ask for it by this time, if we didn't put it in the budget, we can't give you.
Or maybe we can submit a list of the events or organizations that we would like to give, and then we can the ones that are all common to our list.
Well, that's kind of what they were going with here, except you're saying that bring up some more in that we may want to help.
I
Their
guess that
goal
has
was
the
to go back, huh?
that there's the potential for that, yeah, I guess. But if we're limiting it to this, then that's an organized way to approach it instead of just. I mean, we're all over the place, and
Yeah,
we're close to deciding how we're going to spend 100.
Yeah, well, and mainly
20 or 50.
well, because and I'll tell you because we do this in Stone Garden at the sheriff's office. Man, somebody pops off or makes a request for more, and now who do you take away from? You know what I mean? And so everything affects somebody. So that's where I learned this, and that's why I'm saying if we had an amount and we put it on a spreadsheet that would allow us to say, well, put $7,500 to that. What does that do to everything else? Okay. I don't know if you're familiar with what I'm saying, but basically our spreadsheet, the way it would have all the cities, and then it would have their amounts, and then over here it would have how much we have to give out. And as we would add one, it would give a plus or a minus over here.
Right.
Okay.
And it would tell us, oh, you're already negative. Now you got to find $500 somewhere. And I think because like this, man, I'm real, and I'm not blaming it on you. I'm confused. So I would rather we come up with an amount. You come back and you say, nah, man, 150 is not doable. 122 is doable. 125, 130. Then now I'll feel a little bit better about saying, hey, well, we need to cut back here, whatever. And the other thing I think we should do, honestly, and we'll probably have to cut back on some of these things, is if we can give somebody something, I would rather spread the wealth and give a little bit. But you know what? There's a cutoff to application. If they didn't come and ask us before the budget, unless it's like a extreme emergency, which I think we should have a budget for.
Okay.
some kind of contingency.
Yeah, but that's it. And we need to tell the
Well-
people, hey, all we have in there is $5,000.
Mayor, maybe we can comprise a list of those people that have come throughout the year.
This is it.
And, no, but I'm saying, and give them notice, maybe a month or two in advance
a
before the
process.
budget meeting to say, hey, you can come and present.
Everybody's gonna come. No,
Well,
I think
mean, but it at least, okay, so they come one time, but then they understand after this, if you made it, you did, and if you don't, you don't. So they're not here throughout the year. We let them know right then and there, hey, well, look, this is your opportunity. You come, you present, and then we'll
But I
see if
think
it's
an
something the commission
application
wants.
process every year with a deadline before the budget cycle for you guys to say, these people have come back and still are asking. That you've given before and not given before, so you know they're still actively pursuing.
This is a list of all active requests.
people that we said no to.
Yes, the not
Right here.
budgeted, yes. That's the list that Jocelyn went through.
This year.
Yeah. They came in percent and we did not.
I don't remember some of these, but if they came and asked. but
Yeah, like public safety wellness seminar. What's that?
I don't remember a Roto House coming.
Aurora House came by. I want to say they did. I thought we had helped
It's
them.
been a while.
Which one was that?
So
did come-
what's public safety wellness seminar? Does anybody know, Chief? Oh, okay. So they're asking for sponsorship for that.
Yeah.
You're not asking
Yes.
to send fire or cops over there. This is about a sponsorship for the
of-
program.
Yeah.
And the other one is that I really think TML is really good to us, and they started dropping a lot of them. And I know we told them no, 'cause we didn't have any money, but I think that's another one that we need to think about.
TML.
I thought we had given them like $500.
No.
Some amount I think would be good.
Yeah, I think we should
We
be,
don't need to be spending.
even
like
if it's the
$1,000.
low. Yeah, I mean, even if it's the lowest,
Urban
I think
County,
$1,500.
and Urban County has their.
Urban County also
conference.
had one.
Yes,
They
theirs
have their
too.
conference, yeah.
So I think, anyway, so I would say come up with an amount that you think we can handle,
Okay.
and then we can, is everybody okay with that? And then
Bring
we
it to you
can,
live in a spreadsheet so you can adjust it.
yeah, yes. Mhm.
Okay.
I vaguely remember America's Future Workforce Foundation.
I've never heard of that one. Was that, oh, you know what? It was a private thing.
that's a lot
Turned
of
out to
money
be,
for that.
Was that gentleman that came
yeah, a
in
young
for the
man that
lap-
came in, yeah,
for
the
the
laptops
laptop.
and everything,
This
but
is
it,
not budgeted though.
but it turned out to be and we can't do those. Those are they're not 501c3s. They're not at all.
Public Safety Wellness Seminar.
That's the one I asked about. It's a sponsorship for a seminar that happens at South Padre Island where they go run and all that.
Okay, so we have a task to go back and put it in a spreadsheet that's
Yeah.
gonna be held live here so that we can bring the amount that can be supported.
Yeah.
And then you all decide the adjustments.
And I think
Final
and I think the other one, maybe at the time of budget, set up a process where we can vote on a deadline
Yes.
for people to apply and
For budgeting purposes, just set the money aside and then we can haggle over the rest of it.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, the next item is discussion regarding contracts.
Jocelyn? Who's Jocelyn? Anybody see Jocelyn? Oh, there she is.
He's pushing the truck in
I
still.
didn't see her.
Well, there's that
She's
tree. It
pushing
looks
the-
like it's 100 feet tall, Jocelyn. I just saw that.
Okay. So I had provided a list of our main contracts. These are the auditors, the engineers, the our USW, government annex, the annex, government crime insurance, municipal judge, bond counsel, delinquent tax attorneys. Mr. Bettis and I are actually working on a process. I know we're already getting, or hopefully we'll be getting the purchasing agent so they can take over. But in the meantime, what we're doing is we have the spreadsheet. We have, we go over after the agendas, the contracts, we send them out to every department. And we've been putting calendar items 3 months in advance to bring it onto the agenda to decide whether we're going to continue the next year or if we're going to go out for RFPs. That's going to be, or that's the process that we've been
It'll be a
doing.
quick turnaround because there's a bunch of 831s on here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So,
the
Some of these we
831s
haven't
are-
used in a while. also.
Yes. So the 831s are engineers. We've gone over the list with Mr. Perez, and we'll probably be renewing about 5.
I have a problem with renewing some of them and not others. I think we need to.
start
We're
over
gonna
again.
do it. We're gonna start all over. I had a big I trusted that process when we first did it, and I didn't like it, and I still don't like it. And so I have a problem picking and choosing certain ones because the idea that is that we were going to use multiple ones, and I maybe to some extent we did, but I'm having a hard time keeping up with some of those.
That kind of, we kind of lost, to piggyback off that, what happened to that deal, we kind of lost control of it. Initially, we were going to pick 3 for small projects. And then the next thing we know, we had a list of like, I don't know, 12 or 13. And that just got out of hand. And the idea was to just make our life a little easier. And it ended up not working out. Like, in my opinion, it didn't.
Yeah, that's not on this agenda, but I'd like that to be on the agenda very soon. That we
Well, technically it is because it's 8:31, so we can give instruction now.
Oh, well, then let's do it.
I mean, at the end of the day, I would rather go back out, go through the process again. We can go month to month with what we have. 'Cause it's going to take longer than 30 days. And that's the other problem I have with when we do it this late in the game. We end up.
That's just discussion. I don't know. It doesn't say.
No, I'm not saying to vote on it. What I'm saying is we can give instruction to what we want to see on the next agenda on going.
To line
If we
it
want to
up.
go out for RFQs, then we can tell them right now.
So something that I want to point out, since the purchasing agent contract specialist is going to be under finance, during one of the classes that I'm attending, I came across a software that will keep us more organized, and it will send emails to, whoever we put on the list. Hey, this contract, it's up for renewal. This is how many people we can have in the thing. So it's a little bit more organized. I already have like a more or less a vision of what's going to happen. But, it's of course, if you get to approve the purchasing agent, then we'll be moving forward to that. But it will be definitely more organized than what we have right now. I mean, most of the stuff, and not only this, even the budget, we were relying on spreadsheets. And spreadsheets, tend to have a lot of human error. So, as we move forward, like we did with finance, we moved to OpenGov, right, to minimize those errors. The same thing with this. So we'll be getting a software to help us, minimize like the all the lists that we have and keep it a cap 3, 5, whichever is decided.
And I think that's a great point, but it's a separate one from the one I was making.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
One that I'm making is as if we end up hiring a purchasing agent and we want to get a software and we want to get them to do whatever they want to do to tinker with that to get, management more. That's great and fine, but I still think I don't want to sit around and wait for a purchasing agent to come in and tell us what they think, because I already know what I think. And I think we should proceed with, especially all these 831s, to just get that ball rolling and let purchasing agent catch up whenever they're hired.
Yeah.
I think so. For me, and I guess it's easier since I can do it by myself. But I just think we need to, or I'm telling you to, for the next meeting, let's just go out for, set it up, bring it to a vote so that we can vote on going out for RFQs on engineering. And I think because the other issue was we ended up with a hodgepodge of what ended up happening, if I remember correctly. And nobody that's here was in charge of it at the time, but we started off with these, and then, these don't specialize in these, and these specialize in that. That just turned into a real mess. So I still don't mind having a list of people that you use, but we need to make some decisions, and those decisions need to be thought out. So whatever amount of time we need.
And just to gum up the works even more, one of the notes that I made is I'm not sure if we need 12, 13 engineering firms. I don't know why we don't just hire one.
Yeah.
If that's how many people we need, then let's just hire one and pay them well. I still don't know. I'd love to know how much we've paid out.
I mean,
to-
like
to-
in-house?
to-
or-
Yeah,
Yeah, an employee, city
We
of
brought that
Mercedes
up like 2
engineer.
years ago.
We should.
And well, there's stranger things have happened.
Why?
But if we had our own in-house engineer, much like an attorney, you know, and other kinds of if they need a little help, we can get them a little help. I mean, if a project gets too big or what have you, you can always get them a little help. But at least they're loyal to the city and they are on our payroll and they answer to us and they're here all the time.
And there's more than one. I hadn't thought about it, but there's more than I know. We had brought it up some time back, and there's more than one way that they save. They don't only save on just the engineering cost, but we spend a lot of money on hiring engineers to look at what the engineers are doing, right? To be third party, and that's where a lot of times you save money when you have your own engineer.
Well, I think we're moving in that direction as a city, man. You know, getting an engineer on staff. I think we've also, you know, now that we're kind of in the spirit of that, same goes for our grant writer. You know, we need to have somebody in house too that can go and pursue those things. I mean, when you look at the cost of what we're paying out, we could easily do that in here. And when we first started 6+ years ago, we didn't have any of that.
Didn't have any of
But I think that we're in a position now where we need to start thinking about getting an in-house engineer, getting an in-house grant writer. Not to say, like, for example, the purchasing agent isn't a good idea. I just think we have other necessities that we need to look at that can help us in these areas.
And you know, I'm not necessarily pushing for that. I'm not saying we should have that.
And we need to look at it.
I'm saying
Right.
that there are other opinions out there, I'm sure, that'll have different perspectives, you know. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying from what I can see. And I see engineers out there that have a bit of a conflict of interest because, you know, they're a for-profit business and then they're also looking out for us. So are they looking out for us or are they looking out for, you know, they got to wear two hats and you just depend on them to be able to do that. But, you know, if you've got an engineer, it seems like you could have, you know, someone like Alvaro, I just think, you know, on the engineering side that can kind of run around and check all the guys that we're hiring to do things, make sure they're doing it right, and can guide us and help us in things that we have to outsource, you know, bigger projects.
I think the project here would be find out other cities who have engineers and find out what their
What's
what
working?
occurs.
Westaco has 3 in house.
Yeah, I remember when they had one, and then they had an assistant and all that stuff, and then they started growing and all that.
They're at 3 in house.
Yeah, again, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that we necessarily need 3, but I think we do need something. But we need to find out first if it's feasible. You know, and now if you get an engineer and then you call over there and they also need a secretary and then they need well, then that's a whole different ballgame. We need to look at what that costs us as opposed to, you know, what it
Well-
costs us to have.
Well,
somebody on
consider
staff.
this too. Where are we going to store everybody?
Yeah.
Because we're running a little solid on space here too. So then that brings to mind, where do you house them? Where
Yeah,
all that
yeah.
fun stuff,
Vehicles, all that
overhead.
stuff. All that is part of the cost.
I will say, and just I think that we're on the cuff of that, getting to that point. I think with everything that we're doing, both on, you know, the commercial side of things and bringing in economic development, plus the development that we're having of subdivisions across the city, I think we're in a really good place to consider something like that and bringing in somebody in house and doing it. And like I said, that grant writer and a few other areas too.
So let's take a let's
And
so
we'll
let's
be
look at
having
the
the engineers list on the agenda for next Tuesday.
okay, and we can discuss the options. If maybe by that time we can instruct to somebody to contact one of the cities that already has one and say, look, what are the cost benefits?
How does it work?
How does it work? Does it benefit us? And then that way we can hear both sides of that option.
Can I make one request? And that might help with that decision too. For how much have we paid to engineering firms? I'd like a list of that, you know, to see how much have we paid, like in total, and for each engineering firm for not necessarily, well, just in general. But I'm thinking more like I'm thinking about this fella that's always giving us advice, Isael Posadas. people like that. But
Yeah, because the
if
grant
we-
doesn't,
if
I
we
don't think we
added
can
up
count
every-
grants. We can't count grants and all that because I don't know that our in-house person would be able to get paid out of the grant. So it would be, how much do we pay
well,
engineers?
how much are we paying engineers? That's a good place to start, and then we can. Huh?
175 a year on average.
That's what we have budgeted?
That's
Yes.
what we paid out to all engineers
Combined.
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 That doesn't include grants though, right?
No, the grants go separately.
Yeah, they
So-
get paid through a grant.
Yes, through the grant.
So last year was 175.
175. I bet
On
we
an
could
average.
hire an engineer for less than that.
That's my eyesight is wrong. Are we already past the expiration on the financial advisors? Is that 7/20/2026?
So on the financial advisors, when we went out for the series 2026, I know that we brought it back to City Commission. It was them, Norton and Fulbright, and somebody else. I cannot remember, but we had to renew it during that time because of the bid. No.
Estrada Hinojosa.
Yes. You might want to check on that.
Okay,
got the
so it's
register.
8:31.
Okay, so we got some marching orders
Yeah.
to look at
Yes.
paid engineers
Water development.
and then
The
Mhm.
financial
put the ones that are
advisors
coming up for August in the process to go up for bids.
Does that include the financial or no? 'Cause
Well, I
we're
think
gonna
she's
confirm.
saying,
We're
yeah,
gonna
she's
confirm.
confirming.
I'm sorry?
She's confirming whether we had already extended it.
Because I thought we did. That's why I was. kinda
We
like,
we
yeah.
went out this year on one council, financial advisor, and an engineer for the COs.
Okay, it just didn't come out. It's just not reflective here.
No, I haven't added the new
Okay.
expiration date.
But we did though. We're
Yes,
we're
we
not due on that one.
Correct.
Okay, because we're over here making these financial possible decisions. We're gonna need their expertise. I just want to make sure that they have a
Yes,
contract.
we
or
just
else
we just did that
they're gonna
this
tell
year.
us to show up. Okay.
Okie dokie.
And Waste Connections, is that just going on month to month?
Which one?
Waste
Waste
Connections?
Connections.
Yes.
But it's not 7/31.
And that's another one we
But
need
she's
to
working on
put
the
it
bid.
on.
Right now, for Waste Connections, we extended it to the end of September. We may need to extend it 3 to 6 months more because we're out for bids. They're due August 19th, and we'll
2
be putting
weeks
it on
and
the
all that,
agenda
so.
in September 1st after we review it.
Do we need to vote on the extension, right? So you're going to put it on this week's agenda?
We have it till the end of September right now, but I can add it on the first meeting
If
in September.
necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see how it's not going to be
Mhm.
by the time the meeting comes and all that.
For the
Okie dokie. All right.
Pick something.
So discussion regarding the budget for 26-27.
Summary? Yeah, she's coming up. The last
So I
part.
think that we went earlier on the budget. That's when I was doing the highlights of what we're doing this year, where we talked about the increases for laborers, the rest of the staff, and the positions that we're funding. And I know that I provided the budget, the general fund, as of right now is it balances, but of course there's going to be changes that were requested tonight. So we'll fix that and then submit it to you guys before the end of the week.
So last year we were able to fund the 19 million fairly well, right?
Correct.
And then this year we've got 2 million that we're not having to fund, right?
Fund, yes.
And what do we have in our
Well, but remember, we tightened up the belt to come up with the 2 million.
no, it's what
General fund. Only.
yeah, but I mean that's
You're not gonna see it here. Like
Huh?
that's not reported in here.
okay, but it's 6.2
Yes,
and that's projected for the end of this year,
correct.
of this coming year or for this year?
For this fiscal year, the end of
Not for next
2026.
year.
No, for
What
next.
has been our yearly increase on
Last year it was around 470 some thousand. This year, of course, we froze the budget, to be able to meet some of the the numbers, and not to use all the money that we used, I mean, that we projected to use last year, right? So I'm not expecting to put a lot of money into the rainy fund,
This year?
but in case we do, it should be around 300,000.
Are we talking about the same thing? Because I thought our fund balance was like 12 million
Oh yeah, that's all
No,
together.
Yeah,
altogether.
yeah, the rainy day fund is the,
How much do we
Is
need? in
reserved.
there?
Reserves.
the reserves.
The portion of that that's from the
How
general.
much do we
Correct.
need in there?
That's what I'm going for.
So we need to have 17% of our total expenses for the year. So whatever we expend on the year, we have to have 17%.
17?
17%.
So what's that there, comptroller?
But you have to take into consideration too that our rating is an A plus. So
3.2.
You know. Oh. Woo!
It's right about 6.
Super splash pad.
No.
No, actually, you know what?
Streets,
The reason why I'm saying no. The reason why I'm saying is could we? I mean, at this point, could we get aggressive? We've been talking about 10th Street since forever. I mean, could we? Could we possibly pull it off?
So the only thing is that financial advisors don't want for us to. So every time that we get money from the reserves,
Yeah.
then we have to have a plan to how to repay it
I mean,
back.
I get it.
but-
The doctor doesn't want me to eat salt, but I'm using it every now and
So,
again.
so
you know,
two things for that. Two things for that. They drove us to where we're at today,
Yes.
to the 6.2 million.
True. But let's
So
get
now
aggressive.
they don't want us to lower what they drove us to. Okay. So the problem with that is so we can leave it at the 6.2, which is,
Or
I mean, it's $4 million more than what we're supposed to have or what we need to have. Right. And so maybe we don't have to put anything into reserves this year unless we're planning for something specific. Like if you go back, and that's why to me what's important, and you may have already done that, if you go back 5 years and you see that our funds go like this, how big is that dip? If that dip goes to $2-3 million in a year, then I understand. If the dip is 400,000, 300,000, I understand, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm.
So the only thing is that you may not remember this, but when we budgeted the 2 million from last year,
Yeah.
you know, when we report to the rating agency, we have a plan. So our plan is like, hey, they need to see, you know, us putting back 500,000 or you know
To make it up.
to make it up that
What
what
we
we're
take
gonna
up.
what we take
Right, but what did we
So-
take last year?
the 2 million for the outlet mall.
Well, we took it from the reserves.
Correct. So what I'm
But
doing.
still
paid,
have
though.
6.2 million.
So what happened is that we froze the budget, and the reason of freezing the budget was so we could not use. So we don't use a 2 million from reserves.
So I remember all of that.
No.
I even remember the freezing of the budget, and that's why I'm saying.
So technically, right now we have not pulled out the 2 million from
That's what I
reserves.
was going to correct you on.
Yes.
When you first said that, I was going to tell you that's not what happened. I remember the tightening of the belt.
Yes.
Mhm.
But I complained during that time about having the 6 point because we knew we were projected to have 6,
Right.
and he was being conservative,
Yes.
right? So I'm assuming we're doing the same thing this year. I know they realigned the taxes again. I don't know when do we vote on the tax rate already? No.
So yeah, it's gonna be the first meeting on September.
What did they say? Did they give us an idea?
So they're just asking if we're gonna keep it the same as last
Right,
year.
but what was their preliminary report to us?
They haven't given the report yet. They
We
just
didn't
sent
get
me
the
an
one from a couple
email.
months ago, the estimation.
I don't think we received
Okay,
it yet.
all right, no
Yes.
problem. Okay, maybe it came to me. I didn't see it. All right. All right. So you see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
I'm like, yeah, that's great. We're at 40% instead of 17%, and that's awesome. But the same guys that are saying don't lower it are the same guys that forced us to get to this point. When we've got streets with holes,
Yeah.
we got issues, we got streets that we've been waiting to fix, and that's it's not your fault. I'm not blaming it on anybody here. I'm just saying that we kind of need to change that deal. And if you know the financial advisors want to come stand up here and raise hell with us, that's fine too. But I think they should come. Bring them. We'll talk to them when it's time for budget and you
On
know.
the 300,000 or so that instead of putting it into that account, can we just
Well, that's why she's saying that, and I'm not sure if what you said is exactly what I think you said. Right? Are they saying we have to put money in there every year, or are they saying we have to make up for any money we took out the year before?
So yeah, so this year that we borrowed the 2 million, we have to repay it back on the following 2 years.
Right, but where
Right.
did we borrow the money from?
Like from the reserves.
I
So-
thought you said we tightened our belt.
No, so right now we haven't touched it, and that's what I'm trying to do. So in order for us to grab more for, repairs, that's why I'm trying to freeze the budget right now, so we don't use that money, and that money is utilized the next fiscal year. So there's no way that we have to repay it this coming year. So then when the rating comes back, I'm just gonna say, hey, the money was not utilized this year, but we're moving it to this year, and this is what we're doing, like the projects and stuff like that.
Okay. I think I understand.
Figure it out.
I think I understand what's happening here.
So what happens is that the 2 million that we're projected to pay the outlet mall today, we're not using it until the next fiscal year to
We didn't pay.
fund. No, we did, but we had revenues that,
So
they're
we said we
coming
were
in.
gonna use that money, and then we paid them, but we didn't use the money.
Correct. Well, no, it's not, it's that the revenues came in more than we were expecting
Okay.
it. So that money, it's pretty much funding.
That's
the
what I think I
expenditures.
understand. What you're saying is we used the money in the accounts, but we didn't take it out of reserves, but we need to replace the money so that we can use it this coming year. The reserve is going to stay the same
Yes.
next year.
Mhm.
Okay. We didn't take any money out of it last year.
Last year we
The budget
did.
said we were gonna.
We were gonna do it, but
But
we
we didn't.
didn't. And we froze the budget again, and we were able to come up with 400,000 that went into reserves. So yes, we did not use it.
If we can say that we're gonna take 2 million out of the budget and then just eat it out of our operating budget, we're not in bad shape.
No, we're not.
And at the end of the day, still able to give 7% raises, which I'm real happy with, right? All right, I need to think on what I'm gonna say, but we're still gonna go over this one more time, right?
Correct.
Good.
Okay, go on. What else you got? Go ahead. Go ahead, Doc.
Well, no. Maybe when you get done, I won't. I've got a few more questions, but I'll just wait.
Go ahead, and then we'll see if we have any more.
So no, that was it. I'm just waiting for questions.
Right. Well, most of these are already answered. One of the things that I wanted to know about was where this is kind of out in outer space, but not really. We have all of those lights out on the freeway that someone projected were going to cost us like $80,000 to fix. And I had some guy, I don't know if I sent you an email on that or what, but I had this guy who's been contracted by the city of Harlingen, and they were fixing the ones that were in Harlingen, our state highway with state lights that the cities have to fix. But anyways, Harlingen's fixing theirs, the ones on I-2. And he said, "Are y'all got a bunch of lights out? When are y'all going to fix yours? Because we're contracting and on and on." But he's the guy that does the traffic control. He's not the guy that actually does the lights. So we have to, I don't know what it all is going to cost, but I was just
don't pay. Right, dude? I don't think they're broken. I think we just don't pay for that strip, right? I could have swore this came up a few years ago.
No,
about that.
we're responsible.
we're responsible for fixing those lights.
Yes.
No, but I'm saying, like, I think we were discussing a few years back about, because we're responsible for paying for those lights
Yes.
to stay on. So I don't know that it's an issue that it's broken.
No, they're busted. They're
They're busted.
busted.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They
And I
need to be
wanna- I wanna
replaced.
reason
The question was, should they pay it or us to fix them?
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
And
Have
I
to pay for
apologize.
it
I
and
just wanted
fix it.
clarification because I thought
Yeah.
that was the issue.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
was
we're gonna have to hire somebody to get up there and fix them. And I have a number in my head of 78,000. I don't know where it came from, but that it was going to cost to fix that piece of the road. So anyway, I don't. My guess is it's not in our budget, but if it isn't, when will it be?
So this morning, Mr. Perez, that's some of the stuff that he walked in this morning to find 100,000 to repair those lights.
Oh,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Now not to switch move the topic, but because I was following up on the decorative lights also. Decorative lights, they're supposed to start the middle of this month. So I called.
Talking about on Texas?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there's about 100 of them in Texas and the other streets combined. And so I was following up on that in the Highway 83 lights. And so when they told me they're going to start in the middle of the month, I said, I need to know a date. Give me an idea. Is it middle of truly next week, the following after that, or what? And then I need a true update from TxDOT. When are we going to be able to go out for bids? Or what's the next step for those lights at Highway 83? And that's when I went to her and said, are we ready for the budget? Because we're not going to contract them tomorrow. It's going to be done in 30 days. It's going to take 30 days plus to contract whoever it is.
Right.
That's
Right,
quali-
and it's gonna have to be their guy.
Yes, yes.
We're not gonna be able to do.
So we'll
Chewy's
get you an
job.
update on that, hopefully by the next meeting.
Now, just now that you mentioned the decorative lights, I know we spoke about as far as the Christmas decoration, some of the decor. Is that something that we can look into also? Because I know that what we have right now downtown are those wreaths that are outdated.
Yeah.
And then we
So-
lost the
It's-
wire ones too.
It's time. It's
Yeah.
time.
Well,
So-
you know, and
Getting the Christmas spirit.
well, not just that, Doc, but more importantly, now we're becoming a shopping hub for the whole valley because you have the outlets, now you have the shops right next door. So it'd be nice for people to come in to our town, kind of the way they do the city of FAR and so forth, to have some sort of illumination that will bring people that are coming into the outlet to come into the city and see what we have to offer here too. I think it's a win-win, so it's worth the investment, man.
So we need to get you.
Use everything.
What other questions?
That's it, man. Go ahead, Pat.
We have one. This one's kind of sticky, but I don't know. I like to say it out in the open, and hopefully I don't offend anybody. But we have, if we're talking about revenue, right, and ways to bring revenue in, we have the last report that we got from Purdue. I want to say we have about $4 million sitting out there in fines and fees that are uncollected from municipal court. and going back 30, 35 years. And, the mayor and I talked about this scofflaw thing.
7 years ago.
Huh?
7 years ago. And every year ever since.
What?
Scofflaw.
Yes, yes. So the scofflaw thing could probably help us, and I hope we've got that in place. But I really would like to look at how we can get more aggressive about those collections. What we need to do to scofflaw is just probably one tool, but there's bound to be more that we can do. You came up, so I guess you had something to say.
Yeah.
Well, I asked him to because we just talked about the scofflaw not too long ago, and he's got a process or system he's looking at. Is that correct? What are we?
Yes.
Okay. Finally.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I've been courteous enough to assist with looking after municipal court, actually. And yes, I did look after a system that's in place so that it can help connect with the county so they can get the scofflaw thing in there. After that, it gives access to municipal court where they can generate and enter all the stuff that they need to so that they can get billed or fined whenever they try to renew their driver's license or
The issue was the
registration.
software, right?
Yes. Yeah. So we use Cardinal. We use Cardinal and we branch it out to municipal court. So municipal court has its own access to where they enter. However, the system is outdated. They have to do everything manually. You would have to go all the way back and get every single thing
Yeah.
done.
Paul told me that 7 years ago, and I thought I had brought it up here back then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we're moving on forward with scofflaw.
Yes, sir. Well, the software that we're bringing in should handle the.
That's the one you're talking about? Is that a one or a different kind of software? Okay.
So there's hope.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, there's doing blue.
Okay, so one of y'all, three of y'all, overtime law enforcement, 75, 170, 141, 170. We almost
Let me get mine.
triple. Not against it, just curious what changed from 75,000, was that to 170 to 141 and then 170 from 2024 to now,
This is the
the
actual,
overlaw and law enforcement?
and this is what we expend, and this is the budgeted amount. So we've been going over on overtime. There's like more I guess grants, and there was like a little hiccup that we need to fix on the policy. But usually that's what they spend, like 140,000 to
A year
150,000
altogether?
altogether. Mhm.
Well,
Well, no, for a PD.
okay, but this is general fund, not grant fund.
This is general fund.
So,
Yes.
so we have a policy we're gonna bring to you so I think the hiccup has been where they have to complete their 86 hours before they can use grant monies to do anything on overtime. So we have a policy that's gonna be presented to you that we're saying general fund, overtime, whatever, regular work is this, but if there's an entity out here like a grant that you've been awarded, you should be able to use that grant throughout the time, any time, whether you have gone into overtime or not.
That's correct.
Okay, that's the policy we're bringing to you so that they're not going back and forth and say, well, I can't use overtime now till I get to the 86 hours. Well, no, we need to have a policy to change that period so that they are allowed to do it.
Is that the best policy for
It's,
that?
it's the law, not a policy, it's a law. So you don't, there's nobody would be able to work, well, that's,
Well,
y'all handle it amongst yourselves, but that's,
and then
that's,
like we could lose the grants, correct? If we don't.
If you're
well,
not using
any
it.
of them, any of the grants. So now I'm going into my old job, right? But and it is what it is. So the way it works is if I work 8 hours today and I work grant today 4 hours and I'm at the start of my week, my 86 hours are at the end, and so there should be a column on the bottom that says 4 hours
Grant.
grant, 3 hours overtime. What was the word for it? When it's law enforcement,
Law
right?
enforcement.
Regular law enforcement, and then grant. It's the same thing with comp time. It's the same thing with sick leave. If I'm sick on Monday, I can't receive that funding until I make up my sick leave and work my entire 86 hours. So whether it's sick or vacation. or holidays, it all has to equal out.
So, Mayor, it's a total of excess of 86 hours.
correct.
Not first. And I
No,
think the
it's-
misconception here was that we have to first work 86 hours. You don't have to first work 86 hours. You have to work in excess of
You'll never spend that-
86 hours.
You're never going to spend that money because you can't
Exactly.
plan. You can't. Well, okay.
When
I'll let
you're-
you guys work it out. But I just thought we were making. I thought maybe this was money we were getting back from the stock show. So, okay. So we haven't been paying out
Yes.
on grant funds. We have been paying out the grant fund. Okay. Because we don't request money from over there. They send them back the money back to the sheriff's office. And then the sheriff's office reallocates it. And then Border Patrol reallocates. They don't tell the sheriff's office who spends or who doesn't. They will reallocate the money to somebody
Yep.
else.
Yep.
And we never find out about it till it's too late. Several cities have gotten in trouble for that. All right. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to get involved in that. But anything else? Any other questions from anybody? All right. Thank you.
I wanted to ask about what does the part-time to full-time fire marshal help you do, Chief? I mean, I know I can just assume that having a full-time versus a part-time is going to be a benefit, but
That's also going to help out on,
But-
on call for fire investigations. So right now, part-time can't come in, but keeping full-time or fire marshal.
This one's good. I like this.
Yep.
I waited till you got comfortable.
Just one of the.
Because you got a leather hat doesn't mean you
Sorry.
can't answer
Sorry about
questions.
Just one of many benefits it's going to get us is, first of all, the main thing is fire investigation. So right now our fire marshal is on call 24/7, 365 pretty much. Because our part-time he's capped off. So that's gonna help out on the fire investigations. Two is also just like anything else, like our inspector, more inspections, more development coming in. So so we'll have 2 full-time positions, slots there. So
Okay.
just
And we had a full-time before, correct?
we had he was the assistant fire marshal. This would be the second year we had it, but it's been part-time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's never been funded full-time. So we'll have a full-time fire marshal and a full-time assistant fire marshal.
But my tocayo was not a full-time?
Which one's that one?
Ruben?
Ruben?
Oh, he was full-time, but he was by himself.
Ah, okay.
He left. Somebody took his spot.
Okay.
And
This will give us two full.
two full-time across the board. The main thing is the on-call for investigations. So he had to be on call 24/7. So that's going to help us out.
And then I think go ahead. I wanted to talk about cost savings in a little bit. Anybody else got any questions? So I ran into the guy, not that I'm pushing for that particular company, but I'm assuming it was a godsend because we talked about it last time, but I ran into the owner of what was that insurance I told you about? Frontier Direct. And he wants to talk to whoever about saving money, but then it brought me to my attention, or brought back the idea that I think there was more people that have those concepts, and it seems like, and from an employee standpoint, man, I got a tooth fixed that 3 years ago. That wasn't through them, but it was through another similar, like where I work now. Instead of insuring me, they just set aside $1,500 for anything I need to do with my teeth. So my wife had insurance, so that covered my deductible, right? So there's ideas like that to save money. I don't know if that works. Probably people like Mundo hate that, but that's kind of their self-insured. And then in the meantime, that money is in tax pool making interest. Yeah, so the more employees you have, the more money. That's one. And then the other one is for savings to the employee. And I'm only talking about Frontier Direct because I have it. I'm not saying they're the ones that we should choose. It costs me it costs me nothing, or no copays, no down payments, or whatever they call that, no 20%, no nothing. All my medicines are free. So I just think that going into this budget might be a good idea to take a look at one of those programs. If you want to look up Frontier Direct, see what it is, and see if there's other agencies like that. I know that Ruben Garza got a hold of me also from Lone Star National Bank. I used to work with him there, and he told me about a similar program too. So, well, I guess I'm talking to the wrong person. Is that your thing, Christine? Medical, right? Health insurance?
Mayor, I deal with Frontier, with the county. That's one of the programs that we have implemented there. And the way it works is it's a zero copay for doctors. If you need to go see for your, you see them for your doctor visits, you can, cough and cold, but you have your own primary care doctor specific for you.
Yep.
So depending on where you live, you have a primary doctor. You're really building a relationship with the physician, so that way anything comes up, he's going to guide you. Now, you still have your medical carrier, like if, for example, here we have Blue Cross with the city, the county has Aetna. And so if for anything major, you still have your physician that you can go to, but these doctors are there. If you schedule an appointment at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they're gonna see you at 1 o'clock. You're not gonna be sitting there waiting at all. They send you your prescriptions to your pharmacy. If you cannot go to the doctor, you have you can do it virtually through Frontier. You have access to your provider 24/7. So if you're in the middle of the night, 1 o'clock in the morning, you can actually text your physician and, make contact with them. So
all I know from a personal standpoint, all that you're saying is it. And I think the most important part is for the employee.
And it's a zero
It's going to
copays.
save them money on the copay. Like me, that I spend all that money for medicines, it's huge, man. And I think it helps out the employees, So, Anyway, just something to think about.
On
saving
that
money.
note, I didn't see anything on us going out for bid on insurance. I'm assuming Blue Cross is holding the line for us fairly well, or yes?
I have no answer on that.
Okay. You gonna give us a little preview, or you're gonna hold us in suspense?
So we won't be holding open enrollment for the employees this year. Yvonne will present with us the next meeting, the numbers to keep the same plan all across the board.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right.
So what she's gonna give us 3 options, and what changes is the deductible for each option. So that will be for next meeting, and she'll be here to present it.
So we're gonna hold the line on the cost, and then we're gonna try to retrofit that to the needs of the employees.
Now, I have a problem with not having open enrollment. For a reason being that if an employee needs to make a change, if they need to cancel a dependent, or they need to add a dependent, or they need to make changes to any other benefits, that's supposed to be done during open
Well,
enrollment.
so she will be here September 2nd and 3rd to be giving flu shots to all the employees and for anybody that wants to make changes. But as far as open enrollment to a new plan, we won't be offering new plans. It's only for changes only, September 2nd and 3rd.
So then we are having open enrollment. So
We're having the opportunity.
The opportunity to just change, but as far as the
that's
health
considered
insurance, it
open
will
enrollment.
stay the same.
So on, and I'm just happy about it, I guess. We are spending another 50,000 on information technology. I just I don't want him to feel lonely. What are we getting? Something good, or is that the deal that you're
right in
getting?
front of us there, Mayor.
There he is. I looked right. It's because he's wearing red, dude.
Yes, so for the, what was the question again, sir?
We're spending another 50,000 bucks on you.
Oh, yes, so the majority of the upgrades that we've been doing for our software particularly. So when we're looking out for some of these increases, the primary one was for like some of the grants that we're going for. So this like that money is allocated for those. So for instance, some more ransomware agents, that way we can better protect our services. I know we also are going to go out for bids for managed print services too here coming soon. So that's going to also assist with that type of increase.
Awesome. All right, man. I just wanted to know. I'm glad because I think technology is very, very important.
Promotion too.
Huh?
Yes. If
Getting a promotion back here.
Oh, is he?
if things go well and you guys say approve, yes, sir.
Planning. We're going up 100,000 on planning.
Yes, because of the new inspector that we're adding.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
The
That's
new
fringe and
inspector-
everything, or what?
Yes.
100,000.
And I think we did capital outlay this year. She requested a drone to help her with the subdivisions. I think they do measurements with it and
Okay,
stuff like
yeah.
that.
That's inspections when people are building the backyard.
Oh, yeah. As long as we're not checking stuff that's already built.
Yes.
Gotta think of it.
Grandfather.
Yeah, grandfather. All right, man. Well, that's all I got. Anybody else got any questions?
Well, I just have one. I
Go
just
ahead,
have one. I just want to hit kind of a little bit of the rewind before we just adjourn this meeting. I just want to ask. I know you two guys. You know, you work your grants. You send out the info. You know how it works. So, is your funding, is it being used properly? Both for your expenses.
For the grant expenses?
There you go.
So on the grants that we do, that Orlando gets with that we apply for Stone Garden, Border Star, and all that. So we get light towers the surveillance towers that we deploy out. We use those. We have the ATVs that we currently use with Border Patrol. That gets used. The Stone Garden units, all that gets used. It's tied in all to the grant that is also tied in with the overtime. the only thing with when all that ties up in the one grant,
Mhm.
it's up to the overtime, which what the mayor was saying that we have to make sure that when the overtime gets paid, it gets to get paid through the Stone Garden account overtime. Because if you don't utilize your overtime and Stone Garden monies,
Mhm.
then we get notified or we could be potentially
Lose.
subject to say, hey, how come you're not using these?
Right.
Which I believe might have gotten a call before. We can get asked if we're using the funds, but the funds it's being asked in general, the grant money with the equipment that we get.
Okay.
So that's the only thing that I think when the mayor was saying of the excess of 86 hours, we have to be careful with that because
So are we gonna be, man, I'm sorry, Rolando.
No, no.
Go ahead. You just opened up my mind to a question.
Yeah, no, because I just really wanted to know, just because you guys are very critical in everything that you guys do on a daily basis, and I just want to make sure that what you guys are depending, as far as on those financial resources, I just want to make sure in the end that you guys are not going to get penalized at the end. That
Right.
whatever we have and that's not being utilized, you're going to lose it.
So
And
we
then
do
don't
our
qualify
reporting.
again.
Yeah, we do our reporting on a daily basis with our overtime slip, the paperwork that we do for Stone Garden. So on our Stone Garden paperwork, the way it gets done is we write the grant unit that we used, the mileage, the gallons used, the grant number, which is the account number of where the fund for the funding of the grants. All that is documented on our end on a daily basis.
So when Rolando asked that question, or Commissioner Garcia answered that question, I was like, that, I promise, I wasn't gonna say anything after I asked the first time, but I was telling Mr. Perez on the side here that I saw this very thing happen at 2 other cities.
Yes, nearby
Historic-
too.
Yeah. So are y'all gonna have enough? So this policy, is it gonna be retroactive?
No, it's gonna be moving forward. So we've been using the grants, like the grants are being utilized. And
Oh, the
everything.
funds are being.
Yeah, the
and
grant
you already
funds are using
requested
it, and
reimbursement?
we're getting reimbursed and
Okay,
everything.
all right.
That is not the issue. It's just a few hours that are not expense, but and the only way why I brought this up to Frank and Mr. Perez before is that I called e-grants, right? And I asked them, hey, I know that I know what Frank is saying in excess of, but it's not showing. So if I were to run a report for overtime, it's not going to show on the report. So we have to manually add it, right? So the grant people, they want to come in and have you run a report and show, hey, this is what you expense on overtime. So there was a little discrepancy. So that's why I told Frank, there's a way that you can put it on on the policy to where it's like, hey, through grants, we don't operate like this. And there's, if I work eight hours today and I have 2 hours extra, those are the grant. So that way we can put it on the clock and it will show us overtime. But the current reports that we have right now, if we don't manually enter as overtime, the clock is just throwing it as regular time.
All right. So the issues with the clock, not necessarily the policy.
Well, the policy says
And
that
then
it
the
has,
other one is, if you're gonna change the policy, what you might want to look at is, I don't know what that'll do to our overtime budget, but a lot of the departments went from, do we pay on a 2-week pay period or
2 week,
Yes.
biweekly.
2-week biweekly or 86? So you can change that to 80 hours. Yeah, I'll get with that later.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that
No, we're getting money from the grants and yeah.
okay. So the fire department, we have you down here for,
Got a new truck, new fire truck.
yeah, man. Your budget went up quite a bit.
Yeah. He's pointing at, you're pointing at me?
What do you got? What did I miss here? You're not the only resident. Parks and Recs went up 400,000.
Helicopter, chief.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that.
So just to make sure you guys understand, some of this stuff is not me necessarily picking on you guys as much as I want the public to hear what's being done, because a lot of times they'll look at these budgets, and I know it's late at night and all that, but I'm telling you, people are going to pay attention, and I think it's important that they know what we're doing with their money. So I don't think it's an issue that we spend money on any of our departments. I just would like to know, I want the public to know what it is. So you went up 300,000, chief. I think it's on full-time employees, so I'm assuming you're putting in for some employees?
Yes, sir.
Is this other than the fire marshal?
This was requested, and I spoke to Mr. Perez. I guess he can brief you on that when he has time. But there's an increase there that we saw. Not sure if it was an accidental or, but we did request 3 additional staffing for the fire department. After reviewing the numbers, I think we're gonna get with finance just to clarify that large jump that's there. But I think we identified what happened there. But yes, we did request 3 personnel.
Oh, okay. You're saying it might not be 300,000 though.
Yeah, so we just went through a process with every department head where we kind of went through, okay, here's where we're at. Can you live with this? But we're still fine tuning some of these numbers because we're sharpening the pencil and saying, is this right? Is this
I'm not
correct?
picking on that at all, bro.
And I went to her 10 times today and saying, hey, I'm
Yeah.
calculating this way, but that's what we're looking at. So expect these numbers to slightly be adjusted.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the cents. I'm looking at
What you're
the
looking
why.
for. Why?
So I think if you have the numbers for those employees and you're gonna show it to us at some point, I don't have an issue with it. I'm just curious.
I do have a question though in regards, and now that we're kind of on the fire and PD, how are we doing overall in the salary part? I mean, are we competing for the most part? I
Competitive.
mean, are we
I
competitive?
could
Are we
speak. I
better?
know Chief is probably gonna, because we spoke about this. I could speak on the fire department. I feel confident that we are competitive on the fire department side.
Yeah, we're taking people.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
and
no,
that the numbers speak, but I'm more sure it's different on this side. But on the fire department side, we're competitive, and I thought we were way behind the neighboring city, and I think we're at there.
And the only reason why I'm saying is because eventually I can foresee with the development that we're having on the north side of town. I think we kind of toyed with the idea of what a little substation on the north side would be. But obviously, as the city grows overall, the demand for first responders, both in police and fire, are going to go up. So I just want to make sure that we're competing to keep the officers and the firefighters and EMS that we have here in Mercedes.
And one of the things that we do really good is the opportunity for that overtime that we have available, for the funds available that the officers get. So that works out pretty good for them.
Okay.
But
wasn't-
to kind of just to piggyback, as far as our salary, are we competitive with some of our neighboring cities?
We could. Obviously, that question is always going to be for somebody. I'm always going to say, of course, we can do a lot better. Who wouldn't want to?
I'm not as humble.
Are
as-
you losing
He's not
staff?
as
to other city- Are you losing staff to other cities?
He's not as humble
Yeah.
as the fire chief is.
So no. I mean, we've been doing great. No, we haven't actually. Like I said, the schedule that we've had in place, the overtime availability for them, the relationship and the culture we're building at the PD, I think that plays a huge factor into why officers choose not to leave for $5,000 more or whatever the case may be, because it plays a huge factor in
The
how
stability
they
at the end of the
yes
day.
and in the morale of the agency, and so that plays a huge factor. So it's good.
But all of this has reminded me that when I look at the biggest part of our budget is salaries, and so if you go to a given department, it's going to say, $392,000 in full-time employees, but it doesn't tell you how many employees. It doesn't tell you how many this year compared to last year. So that's kind of a meaningless number. And if you look at the bottom line, you see maybe there's 7% and 11%. There's differing salary increases. I still don't understand that, but we can ask that at another time, I guess. But then I compare that to the increase in the salary, and it's like 40%. So I know there's either more people being added, I assume, because it's if there's only 7%, then it should only be 7%. So that's the only thing that would be helpful to me is some amount of I don't want to create unnecessary work, but some kind of a narrative or some explanation that would indicate, why there's a difference from one year to the next. It helps. I mean, this certainly helps too, but that would be helpful to me. I'm not, y'all, the city has its budget process, and I know y'all have spent a lot of time, and it's perfectly clear to you all what all those changes are, but it's just not to me.
Yeah, I would like to see how many employees the department has also, and what that, what the, how many they're gonna have. I don't know if that's what you were saying.
Anyone
They
else?
have something called a Manning table, and that's what they call it. I don't know why they call it a Manning table. But,
Anyone else?
But it would kind of list out how many full-time, part-time positions you had.
The FTEs.
Well, I tell you what was comforting tonight is seeing everybody at the fire station and the amount of people that you have now. And when we first got elected, there was like 5 people there. You remember that? There was like 5 people there in one truck. And so it's like, it was really refreshing to see how far you guys have come though. Nonetheless.
First class.
So something that Michael just reminded me, it's through OpenGov. There's an option. The only thing is that it's not finalized yet, where we can, we give you the breakdown of the budget, line item by line item, so you can see it in real time.
Oh, I had another question. This one's, and I probably asked it last year and you told me and I forgot it and got it again this year. But there's 2, I want to find it here. I don't know if it's in revenue. There's taxes, general sales at 4.6 million, and there's taxes, gen sales at 2.3 million. So I don't know what the difference is. It sounds to me like maybe we're accounting for the amount of money that we're collecting for EDC separately from
Yes.
the money that we're collecting for ourselves. And so we keep that in a separate line item, and then we turn around and cut Melissa the check for EDC.
Yes, that's
Is that-
considered like the half cent that we're taking.
Right.
supposed
So
to.
one of them's an EDC, the EDC portion, and the one's the city portion, and so maybe that's just that was the one thing I wasn't real sure about, and we're supposed to be collecting 7.4 or 5 million in property taxes, but we're only budgeting 5.4. So I'm assuming that I would hope that we're collecting a higher percentage than that, but that's the way we pay them all, the 2 million, or if we end up collecting the full. I'd hope we're in the 90%. Most people are.
So as we had a meeting, I believe this year or last year, to where it's like, okay, we see what we collected the prior year,
Right.
and we budget conservative, right?
Right.
So we go 5%. We might get 10%, 15%. It depends too on the new development that comes in. But on the conservative side, it's only 5% that we're budgeting from prior years.
So if we look at 25 actual, you're saying we collected 4.4 million in property taxes that year?
Yes, that's what it was
That's it?
collected. Yeah.
Wow.
Scofflaw for property tax.
Probably
I mean, if you add up all of our property and you apply the tax,
Yeah.
it should be somewhere in the neighborhood of 7.5.
Yes, sir.
million,
Yeah.
close to 8. So
Streets. I mean, we could really be using that
Yeah.
money aggressively.
Now, and that's where, Alvaro has been making a difference, and he's been, on a weekly basis, he sends email to the county on homes that are abandoned and they still have the homestead exemption. I mean, every week he sends them because he finds them.
And I know there's people that are out of reach because of various protected statuses that they have, and they're entitled to that. If they're over 65, if they're veterans, if they're disabled. I don't want to be going after anybody like that myself, but if you just set those aside, you still have a bunch of people out there that just aren't paying. But anyway.
Is that it? Anybody else? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's see, executive session. Do we have anything for executive session? Huh?
No, I think so.
I don't think so.
We're good.
So I'll skip 7 and 8. Item number 9, adjournment.
Make a motion to adjourn.
A motion by Commissioner
Second.
Martinez, second by Commissioner. Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Good night, everyone. Go Tigers.
54.
Good night.
Good job, Marty.